tablet should be working now and plugged
What kind of
in.
tablet do you have? I've been meaning to ask.
I just got it. It's the Wacom 13.51, I believe.
Ooh.
During Golden Week, so like 2 weeks ago, everything on their whole website was like 50% off.
It was kind of wild.
And I just happened to lose the pen for my existing tablet, which was the Intuos Double XS. Literally the cheapest tablet that they make. It's a $40 tablet. And, but the pens for the tablets cost $30 to replace. So I was like, fuck it, I'll get a new tablet.
$30 for a pen?
Yep.
Well, a technologically advanced pen.
$10 to $20 for a thing of nubs, I understand, but it's fucking $30 for a whole pen. I'm new to the art tablet scene because my friend Cottage Jared gave me a Gammon tablet for Christmas, and the fucking
Oh god damn it! I forgot it was Tuesday. God damn it!
What's wrong?
We were going to do the fancy thing with the VTube Studio that we just got you, and then I forgot and no worky, but it's Tuesday.
Yeah, it's Tuesday. Steam's down.
Yeah, I might be stupid. It's fine. This doesn't really change the plans.
Yeah.
It just reduces the level of fanciness. But that's not a problem.
Oh.
YouTube Studio is cool. It's just I have a hard time navigating it.
So, the cheapest drawing tablet I found is $200, $250 in my area. Well, I got this very nice tablet. It is normally $600, $630, I think, in total.
Yep.
For $160 because of it being marked down for being refurbished. And then on top of it being marked down for being refurbished, everything on the website was half off.
That is a fucking steal.
Yeah, so that's why I took it as a sign that it's about time I fully commit to doing digital art. And plus, I believe that I'm worth the time it takes to learn a new skill.
Arigato, agreed.
I'm
still practicing digital art, but the best I can do is a very shitty doodle.
Or stick around.
Shitty doodle. That's fun to say.
Shitty doodle.
Shitty doodle.
That sounds like the name of a shitty chip brand.
Okay. Speaking of shitty chip brands, all right. So, I got some new chips today that I wanted to try out. All right, and I was looking up like diet foods because I'm currently on a pretty steep calorie deficit, and I was looking for stuff that's high in protein. And I found these chips that are they're like here, let me actually check my thing. My order history. I can tell you the exact name of them. Yeah, Quest. They're called Quest protein chips, alright? Quest tortilla-style protein chips. They are literally, they're flavored whey protein that has been pressed into the shape of chips and then baked.
Fuck?
It's like weird culinary science mumbo jumbo. Basically, it is a chip that is basically like protein powder chip. It is somehow...
Ew, that sounds gross.
It's the thing is, it does sound gross. It is not.
It is not?
I got them, and I was like, I thought it was going to be like a family-sized bag of these chips, because it was like $12, alright? I get them, and it's a normal size, like, single-serving bag of chips. I'm like, what the fuck?
For $12?
Yes. So,
that's bullshit.
I'm like, these better be good. And I bite into it. And they tasted amazing. They have a really good texture to them that I was not expecting. But they were just very crunchy and very good. And I was just like, huh? How the fuck is this as good as it is? And then I went and looked at the fucking things in it. And it's like, the chips themselves are 90% pure protein. I'm like, what the fuck is this? The other like
How?
10% is just the flavoring.
How?
I don't know, but I had some fucking ranch flavored tortillas that were heavenly, and I almost feel like it was worth the $12 somehow.
If the bag was like a 3-serving bag, then yeah, in my opinion, it would be worth $12. But for a single serving, that's just not worth it, even if it tastes good.
I mean, yeah, but like the fact that it got close at all is kind of remarkable.
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
So, are we trying to load up Magna, or are we trying to do?
Let's load up Magma Studios, right? So it should be that link that I provided.
Okay.
'Cause I would say we could mess with the VTube Studio thing if we really wanted to, but screw it. It's not actually important. It's just some fun stuff.
All right, I'm putting it on my drawing tablet. And then I will capture that. What the fuck is this? Infantry? Is this right? Am I...
Yep, you're looking at something right.
Okay. Just making sure.
Yeah, you're looking at the right thing. You're looking at the right thing.
All right. Then let me tweak my thing so that it's capturing it. I wish I had Magma as an application instead of as a fucking web browser source, but
Yeah, it's a little. It is what it is.
Is it a free service, or do you have to pay for like a subscription or some shit?
Magma is free.
Nice. I'll have to give that a try sometime.
it is
Yeah,
free to use,
Yeah.
not to host. But yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want
Yeah.
to be completely honest.
Yeah.
It
Does
is a
your friend wanna join?
subscription service if you want to host it.
Mm-hmm. Does your friend want to join us? Do they want to hop in with us?
I don't
I'll
know.
watch you guys do whatever. I don't have the signal to actually join in anything. I'm
Alright,
lucky
sure.
to even be able to join in stream.
Wait a minute. That's not right. I did
That
this.
and my laptop is on the cusp of death. So
Oh, no!
I've been avoiding using it.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, the funny thing about my laptop is the graphics card is busted and the frame is slowly falling apart.
Mm-hmm.
So I can barely use it as it is.
I see.
Sorry that things are so scuffed right now. I'm fixing it.
No problem.
There we go.
So take your time, take your time.
All right.
Let's unscuff it real quick.
There we go. Hi, Tatsu.
Hi, Tatsu.
Ooh, we are very zoomed in. I see.
Apparently. Where are you? There. Aha. And then I need to resize it to fit the window with which we are able to see.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
This is weird.
Huh. And you have it set up as a browser right now.
What do you mean?
On OBS, you have it set up as a browser capture?
No, it's capturing my tablet, the whole tablet screen.
Huh.
It's just weird.
That is weird.
Why is it weird?
Oh, no. Oh, wait. No, you're zoomed in, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think I'm zoomed in. It looks like I'm zoomed in.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, because I the full screen looks very different.
Well, how do I...
You can use your mouse wheel to zoom in and out.
Is this
As long as you're
NSFW?
It is not.
How do I move? Oh shit, I just erased a bunch of stuff.
It's all good. So there is a you'll just have to zoom in and zoom out. That's the way that you're going to have to move, unfortunately. At least until you get used to more programs. Like right now, this program itself doesn't matter, right?
How do
How
do I move the thing that I'm wanting to see?
So what you want to do is zoom out, move, center your cursor over where you want to zoom into, and then zoom in there.
I can't do that. What?
Yeah.
My cursor I have to click on the zoom out with my cursor.
Do you have a mouse wheel?
Oh, the mouse wheel will work? Okay.
Yeah, the mouse wheel will work.
Sorry, I'm new to using the tablet, so...
It's all good. Yeah.
First
Yeah,
tablet
you
I've
just
ever
need,
had with a screen.
yeah, you just need to fiddle with it until you get it zoomed
Is
out
there
to
a
where
way
you
that
want
I
it to
can
be.
full screen the source that I'm clicked on?
Let's see. It's that bottom. Just left click on that on the bottom left thing. That shouldn't be there. The thing that says untiled drawing, that shouldn't be there.
Okay.
I think click unpin. So click on the triple dots and then click unpin or unlink
Unlink?
from sequence. Yeah, unlink from sequence.
Yeah, it didn't do anything when I clicked that.
Okay. Um. Yeah, I don't know why that's there. We'll have to ignore it for now because I don't have that on my screen. Oh wait, hold on. Is there a button that you can click to pull that out? There's perspective grid. There's things. Sequence. Oh, bottom left button. Very bottom left button. There's so
There we
if you start on,
go.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay,
Also,
cool.
friendly reminder to everybody that we are in a subathon and there is only an hour and 40 minutes left on the timer unless somebody fixes that.
Someone donate. Make it longer. Make it longer.
Wait, Unity, I am now frog in a banana thanks to Dazzy. Nice. Keep us drawing though. Okay, I sent you the
Frog
Fuji
banana.
images. I'm in a weird spot. I will try to make it where I can see your thingy. That's gonna show my Discord, isn't it? Yeah, it's showing my
Yeah.
Discord to the whole stream. I don't want that. I don't know how to fix this.
I have an idea. Go into
second.
your OBS, and you can change it from a capture of your display to a capture of the browser, and that'll solve that problem. That way, we can only see
I fixed it.
we only yeah
No, fuck. Wait, I didn't fix it. I
yeah.
re-broke it. There. There! I'm so glad that there was nothing NSFW in our DMs, Tatsu. In fact, actually, there is a lot of NSFW in our DMs, Tatsu, but it's spoilered, and I appreciate that.
Note to self: spoiler anything I send you. That is weird.
All right.
If it's normal, it's fine. But if it's weird, I'm censoring it.
Very cute. Fuji.
Proceed to send you bean bowl.
What is bean bowl?
It's what I call beans and bowl.
Okay.
It's a type of chili.
That's 1.5 years, and that's 10 years.
Uh-huh.
Nice. Also, this is a really nice piece.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to start with this just because I want to make sure that I convince or talk to everybody about this. All right, please do not feel that you have to be born talented in order to get good at art. I was not born talented at art. I lacked any real skill sets when I first started. Right, I couldn't even draw a straight line. I couldn't draw a circle when I first started. Right. Yeah, like these basic actions that I can do now on a whim, right, are very unusual. All right, they take lots of practice, but that also means that anyone can do it. It just takes time. So be patient with yourself. Right, that's really the first lesson about all of this. Right, patience before anything else. You have to know if you don't have some patience with yourself, if you aren't okay with failure, you're gonna have a really bad time. You have to normalize the idea that you're gonna suck at first. And you have to normalize the idea that it's going to take time to grow. All right.
It's a virtue.
Absolutely, yeah. Especially when you're just starting out on art, right? If you, in particular, I want to point out something especially like vulgar to some people, right? This one on the left was a trace, right? So that one on the left was me. I found some photo of some like I think it was from Dynasty Warriors, right? One of those things. I found and I tried to trace it, and I utterly failed. Again, just I completely lacked the mechanical skill and the mental knowledge on how to do any of this, right?
I'm gonna do a perfect circle. All right, you ready? You ready?
I believe in you. First try, not bad.
Honestly, pretty damn good.
Yep, which is where the second parts of the lesson come in. Let's start moving on to some other stuff. Just some stuff that's for fun, a little bit more psychological before we get into any of the mechanical stuff. All right. Oh, hello. That was not what I wanted to do. It's fine. We don't need this. We're not coming back to it. Or are we?
I do see that, Tatsu. I have your DMs pulled up currently. So I see the image there.
Right.
Alright, I'm gonna draw Batman.
All right. Before we draw Batman, can you clear your layer? So you can either press D on your keypad, or you can go to the right side of the screen. There's like a little eraser button. It'll look something like this.
That's them. They are the night.
Night.
Anyways, what were you wanting me to do?
Clear your layers. So it'll be this button right here, right? Little eraser looking button on the right side of the screen. It'll be about it's not on your screen.
It is. Yeah, I was about to say it's not here. I don't think I have authorization. I do see this button where I can erase things, but it didn't actually do it.
You can also try pressing D. Try pressing D.
That didn't do nothing.
All right. So then click on the press E. What E will do is it will pull up your eraser. You go to the right side of the screen and make your eraser super big, and then just erase everything like that.
Well, okay. The most I can make it is 100 pixels.
That's fine. That should be. You can also see that little X next to where it says size. You can click on that, and that will change your limit.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
That's everything that I've drawn.
Sure, Porky. And so, what I want you to do with that question, is it okay if I put a link to the question folder?
Yeah, I did ping in the Discord. I don't actually. Let me check, see if anybody wrote any. Nobody asked any questions.
Perfect. So here's what I want you to do with that question, Porky. I'm going to post a link in the stream right now for a Google document. In that Google document, I'm going to copy and I want you to hold on. No, I can do this. No, I should let people do this. If anyone has any questions, I won't answer them right away if they're not immediately pertinent to what I'm working on right in front of me. So what I want you to do is put them in that document, and then at the end of our lesson, then I'll start answering those individual questions. So Porky Dorky, if you could do me a huge favor, Pork, and slap that question right into that document and just put it at the very bottom. You are an angel. Perfect. Thank you. All right. Back to this. So, ready? I have a really simple mental question for you, right? So, which circle is bigger? Oh, hello. That is not the right tool. Let's pull out my brush tool. There we go. Pull out my pen. Thank you. Which circle is bigger? This one or this one?
They're the same size. What do you mean?
Yeah, they're the same size. How many people do you think would get that question wrong?
Everybody that doesn't have dyslexia.
Yep. Yep. No, you got it right. But now I'm going to ask you a follow-up question. Same idea. Between these two sticks, right? So just the center parts. Which one is longer than which?
So it depends on how far into the little arrows the ones on the bottom go and the ones on the top go. But I'd say they're probably around the same size as well. It's just hard to tell.
Yeah, they are. And you said the key word. It's hard to tell. This is something that I try and stress as much as I can. Your eyes are going to lie to you. We're going to do a couple more exercises like this just to show how easy it is for our eyes to lie.
The thing is, it's really important that you're aware of this because you can use it to trick people.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. In the long term, you're going to use this to your advantage. In the long term, you're going to mess with people's minds. All right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to do some really powerful things. But in the short term, it's really important that you do something that I call measuring. We're gonna come back to that later. All right, I'm just giving you ground
grids
rules
and stuff.
Yeah, I'm providing you with some ground with everyone here with some ground level concepts of why it's important, right? Because again, our eyes lie to us all the time. I guarantee you, at least one person in chat was like, this one's bigger. I promise you, at least one person said that that one was going to be bigger, right?
Mm-hmm.
I also promise you, at least one person in chat said, oh, that style is bigger. I guarantee it. Someone did. How do I know? Because, well, I'm an artist at this point. I'm a professional artist. I spend my entire life messing with people's heads and convincing them that something is in front of them that really isn't, right? We're magicians. Becoming an artist is a lot about pretending that you know magic, right? Makes sense so far.
Yeah, I made like droopy, fucked up, high eyes.
Yep. Now the real question is: are those eyes or are they boobies? Ooh.
So originally I was like, I'm gonna draw boobies, and then I was like, now I'm gonna put a bra on it, and then I was like, wait a minute, they look like eyes, and then I made it into eyes.
All right. Which leads us into this. So, all right, I'm gonna preface this. I'm going to verbalize it. All right, ready?
I'm sorry for
This
doodling so much. It's my ADHD.
Ready? Okay.
That's an Umbreon lady.
Yeah. Is she nude?
So I cheated because the link that you sent me has that image as its icon. She is definitely clothed, but only barely in a bra and panties.
Exactly. Jill, do you happen to be watching stream?
I can't. I'm locked out of my Twitch.
Oh, here, let me share my. I can share my Magna that you can see.
And this
Yeah,
this question goes out to chat too. So everyone that's here watching, this question applies to you as well. How many of you thought that this was actually a nude picture? Right.
I will tell you the indicator though that would have tipped me off that she's not nude.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little tiny itty bitty bit of an accessory sticking through on just below their ab.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I see it too.
Mm-hmm.
But like all of that's very weird. Like
Looks
your
can
first
be this evening.
Yeah.
Looks can be this evening.
Yeah. So this is just another concept of like she's not nude. We knew she was not nude, right? But we still had to think about it, right? It wasn't instantaneous. It wasn't like, oh no, she's obviously definitely got clothes on. Like there was a thought process involved in there. You had to see, you had to hunt, right? Again, this is pretty normal, pretty basic art psychology, right?
Can I just say really quick though, the way that
Mhm.
you drew her face makes her look like a side character from Fairy Tail.
Oh my god, now I can't unsee it.
I bet.
You fuck.
I would bet that when you drew this, you were getting caught up on Fairy Tail. Oh, dastardly lost. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I need to change the stream title to Learning Art.
Yeah, you need to change the stream title. You're not playing 80 anymore.
Wow. Hi, Dastardly. Spicy.
I'm petting my 3D printed slime.
Jealous.
Would you like to see my 3D printed slime?
Soon.
Yes.
I can turn on my camera.
Soon.tm.
I changed the stream title to Learning Art with the Masterful, skilled, and powerful d3damage.
Swat. Mm-hmm.
Hello.
All right.
This is Sapphire.
Oh,
My 3D printed slime.
Adorable.
oh they are adorable.
They're a water
blushing.
slime from Slime Rancher.
Are they blushing?
Yeah, they're blushing.
Cute.
Yeah, they're blushing. I need to paint her eyes and her
You
blush.
gotta use a very. I bet there's like a very specific like filament you could use for 3D printing to make it float on the water, so you could use it like an actual
Camera.
slime.
Mm-hmm.
Camera. Okay, there we go.
Two more things before we start drawing again. Just more prep stuff, right? Because a lot of art is prep, and I want to emphasize how much.
Oh, you did something really interesting over here on the left, though.
All right. So let's chat about this picture.
Yes.
This picture is actually a picture that has the exact same amount of drawing time. All right.
Yep.
So the actual time invested in pencil touching paper is for both of these 15 minutes.
Yeah.
All right.
So you did some really interesting things. So for one, you have a very different amount of skill because you were able to use many shortcuts to make less speak more.
Mm.
There's less lines on the paper in general on the right, and on the left there are some things where you try to do the almost the opposite. Whereas you use like the shapes to like skip over details so that like that your mind would look over and your eyes wouldn't notice. Whereas on the left, you are adding extra lines, extra things to try and emulate levels of detail that you probably aren't really skilled enough to emulate yet. Um, Especially in the eyes, like up at the top, the way that you did the eye glimmer. I bet you spent at least 3 minutes on that alone. um,
Well,
and
here's the magic trick to both of these, right? They're actually done the same day, right? At the same hour, right? Like full stop. This was 45 minutes of my life is what this was, right?
really,
Yes. And you might go, what the heck? Well, why do they look so different? Because like, how can that be? If they're both the same amount of time, and if they're both, what's going on? Well, you see this number up here?
is
This
that the
is
number of layers?
that is 21 minutes of planning. This is all one layer. These are both pencil sketches.
Oh.
Yeah. So this is the difference of saying, well, how far apart are the eyes? This is the question of saying, okay, well, compared to the head, how big are the earrings compared to them?
Huh.
This is questions of how big are the boobs compared to each other? If you'll notice, they aren't the same size on this left side, right?
Well, most people's boobs aren't, but yeah.
Yeah, but we're talking art, right? We're not talking reality. You need to make sure that you emphasize this thought in your head. Art is not reality. Your goal is not to emphasize reality. Your goal is to make something that is believable, not real, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it doesn't have to be real, right? I am currently an emoting shark in a little firework cracker tank, right? Oh, we got raided.
Hey, Meeple! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. We're doing art. What? Captain O'Smiley, thank you for the follow. Welcome. We're in the what looks to be the final few hours of a subathon, although that is hubris talking, as it is only day 2. But welcome. Mixcaliber115, welcome, welcome.
Ooh.
That is a fun name.
I like their name too, yeah. Mixcaliber. But yeah. And so I need to emphasize as much as I can that like when you're doing art, when you're learning to do art, when you're wanting to develop and get better at art, a lot of times the difference is not just I want to draw more, which is what this first 15 minutes is. This is first 15 minutes of drawing, but you also need to plan more. You need to think a little bit about what exactly you're trying to do. This is 0 prep time. This is Batman over here with 21 minutes of prep time.
Can I just say, I have never once planned out a drawing.
Mm-hmm.
I literally would draw, and how I would draw is I would make 5 lines, and then I would stare at it for a second, and then I'd grab a pen and turn the 5 lines into an image.
Mm-hmm. And that is very like I'm not trying to put you down, and you make that clear. I'm not hurting you, right?
No, you're allowed to. Put me in my place.
That's very normal elementary school art because that's what you were taught to do, right? It is super normal especially in the States. I can't speak for Europe. I do know a little bit about the Asian states, right? The way that they teach art is very regimented in Japan and in certain parts of Korea. In the States, though, they really emphasize your individual freedom over anything else. And so this planning step isn't something that they emphasize at all, right? Like this is when you say that you stared at 5 lines until you made something, that's how you were taught. That is training on your part. Right? And so a big part of why
that was not something that necessarily an instructor taught me as much as like cultural osmosis, but yeah.
Yeah. Training doesn't always mean like a teacher sat you down, grabbed your hand, and told you what to do. Training is also sometimes like everyone says this is what you're supposed to do, so this is how I'm going to do it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because in the States, like there's this really big emphasis on like I am the most important person for this art. I am its progenitor, its god, its maker. I am the
Right.
magic man. Right?
Yes, exactly.
Right. When that doesn't really reflect reality. And that's part of why like so many people have such a hard time getting better at art because they go, "Well, I should just be good at this." Right? They look at their art and go, "Why aren't I just good? What is wrong with me?" Right? Why doesn't my art just come from nothing like it's supposed to? Why do I have to spend this time looking at it? Why
Why
doesn't it make
can't I
sense?
birth you from my mind vagina?
Exactly. But that's not reflective of reality at all. Like even for someone as good as I am, right? I am extremely good, right? I charge more for my art than most people will get paid to like be a nurse. All right. There are nurses that get paid less than I do, right? On a per hour basis, anyways, right?
Yeah, that makes
Also, I'm gonna
sense.
see you guys later. I'm gonna go on another chat.
All right,
Bye. Be
bye-bye.
happy. Be safe.
Be happy, be safe, and I swear to fucking God, if you don't drink water, I'm gonna find you.
Shit. Hmm. Oh, I got bigger. Haha. My secret plan has worked.
What?
I got bigger.
Yes, you did.
Yeah. But yeah. So that's why I'm starting with this whole psychological segment because like, well, what the fuck does this have to do with art? Everything, right? Because like your psyche is not prepped to do art. Your psyche is prepped for elementary school, kindergarten art, right? Because your
Show
psyche goes,
that to my funny little man I just made.
yeah, I will. All right.
Look at my funny little man. Their name is Flobus.
Plobus.
Oh, something just happened.
Ads.
Hello,
Hydrates. Posture
Hugo.
check.
New donation from Eliom. Oh my goodness. Thank you, thank you. Let me fuck with the timer real quick. That is $20, which means that we're gonna be adding 100 minutes if memory serves. Yes, 100 minutes must be added to the timer.
Nice.
Oof. And that brings us up to a whopping 3 hours and 4 seconds.
Beautiful.
Also, thank you so
Wondrous.
much for the hydrate, posture check, and stretch, Hugo. Welcome to the stream.
Mm-hmm.
Good stretchies.
All right. Big stretchies. I'll
Yo.
take advantage of that stretch too. Ah!
Excuse me.
Squeezed out a little something there, yeah.
Can I move my little Flobus? Yeah.
It might be time to say goodbye to Plobus. There we go.
Flobus, thank you very much.
Flobus.
Flobus. Not Plobus. They're gone.
I see.
Evaporated into the ether.
All right. But yeah, that's where all this stuff comes from.
Yeah.
All right. So we've done all the boring stuff, right? Now let's get to Artin. All right.
Okay.
So, we did all that stuff because if there's such this huge fucking emphasis on planning, on thinking, on recognizing that our brains are wrong, that means we have to practice doing things that our brain will go, oh, I can do that, right? So, the rules for this exercise are very simple. Okay, it's called mazing. Have you ever heard of mazing before?
No.
So all it is that you generate a random maze using random shapes. All right,
Okay.
that's all that it is. Right, your job is very simple. All right, you have to get to the end without hitting anything. Your goal, right, is to move through smoothly and quickly, efficiently, without actually touching any of the walls. Easy.
Okay.
All right, go for it. One stroke. Don't pick it up.
All right.
If you go too slow, I'm going to tell you to start over. So there's one. There's two. There we go. Good. Now I'm going to ask you a question. Ready? Before you started stroking, did you plan out where your stroke was going to go?
No.
Ready? And how can I tell? Well,
because I hit it twice.
Yep.
Also, for the record, the only reason why I didn't plan, I thought about planning, but you didn't list the step of planning. You just said, go. So
exactly, right? It's wild because that's what your brain does to you right now, right? Your brain says, "I want to do art, go," and then these things pile up. And remember, you only did one stroke. Imagine if you're doing 100 strokes, 1,000 strokes, which is pretty normal when you're drawing, right? You're going to be doing a lot of strokes, right? Right? So now every individual little mistake starts building up. So
to be
give it another
fair,
try.
I had less mistakes than I thought I would.
Yeah, you did a good job.
I'm gonna go and I'm gonna make mine a different color this time. So you can tell. So we'll all be drawn in red.
Makes sense. Good job. All right, so plan it out a little bit this time. Think about where do I want to hit? What are the spots that I want to avoid? What's going to be the tough parts? And wunderbar! Nice! Good job.
Okay.
Right? It's like, yeah. Did you all chat? I don't know if you saw her lock in. Literally, like everything stopped jiggling. The motion was focused. She was ready.
Yes.
Yeah, and I also want to point out how much cleaner those lines were, right? Because you had fewer of these bumps. You had fewer of these bumps going on, right? You had much more clean, straight segments, right? Mm-hmm. And even when you did have a bump, you didn't accidentally bump into anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Again, this is just the power of planning, right? This is just you planning. So let's do another one. You ready? So I'm gonna start. I'm gonna make a clean one. So erase your line. All right. Now, I will be clear for chat, you can actually do this with any maze. So if you really wanted to be a masochist and you're like, I want to practice my planning skills, you could go online, download a free maze, and you can do this to yourself for an hour or two.
That sounds like hell.
A little bit. I don't recommend it. That's why I'm making the shapes for you, because I like you, and I like you I want you to continue doing this stuff.
Ooh, level 2, circles.
Circles. Yep. All right, now.
Ooh, that's gonna be tight.
So your goal is here. Your start is here.
Okay. Do you want me to plan, or do you want me to just go?
I want you to plan. Okay. So I want you to think a little about where are the easy places to stroke. So let's do the easy mode first. So what are the easy places to go?
Okay.
Once you've planned your easy route, do your easy route.
Do you want me to mark where the easy spots are, or
when you do your line? So hold off on making any marks for now. Just plan out your lines for now. Just kind of eyeball and when you're ready, go ahead and get started at your pace.
I'm ready. Fuck, I fucked up.
It happens. Now, this is really important because sometimes you're going to make a mistake. Now, I'm going to ask you a question that a lot of people don't ask. How bad was your mistake?
At least 7 pixels.
All right, ready? Now, here's a secondary question. Does it matter?
In this instance, I would say yes. In the grand scheme of things, not really.
Yeah, not really.
For the purpose of the exercise, it was a mistake. But
exactly. Good. I'm attacking your aesthetic. A big thing to keep in mind is that a lot of the times when you do these tiny mistakes, imagine this was a boob. Oh no, the boob is slightly bigger than I meant it to be.
Yeah. You also have highlighted a thing that I struggle with. I am really, because I have done so much practice of trying to do straight lines, like near straight lines, I'm actually really bad at doing curved lines.
Yeah, and you want to know the wild thing? Most art, especially if you're doing art of people or of characters, right? Or of animals, it's gonna feature a lot of curved lines.
Yes, right? I know! That's why it's a struggle.
All right, ready? So now I want you to change your stylus color. So pick red should be fine. And now I want you to do a more complicated route. So now I want you to do the top way.
Okay.
And again, just like before, plan it out a little bit. Think about, if you want to, you can even sort of ghost over it a little bit before you do your strokes.
Okay.
Right? Think a little bit about where you want your strokes to plan out and where you want them to be.
I'm gonna do my
That
practice.
is a technique.
I'm gonna do my practice run.
Your practice one was great. You did it. Good job.
I did touch on right here, but only barely.
Actually, you did not touch it. Believe it or not.
Oh, it looks like I did. Oh.
No.
Well, my practice run was great.
Yeah.
Let's do,
good.
Let me increase my opacity and do the real run.
I believe in you. You got this. Real quick tip. Something. Should I teach you this? I don't know. This is a dangerous game I'm playing. Press Control Z. Keep going. You're already almost done. And that was even better. Good. Very nice. Nice.
In the grand scheme of things, though, there's something important to note. When you're doing art, the more zoomed in you are, and the as you go, most people are going to be very zoomed in while they're doing art. Mistakes are so hard to notice most of the time, unless you're doing like big pieces. It is very rare that we'll be making lines this precise that are this large in actual art. And I know that you know that. I'm telling the chat.
Yeah. And just to give chat an example, I messed up on this figure. Most people will have no idea where I messed up.
Can I try to find it?
Go for it. Yeah, try and find it.
Are you putting your cursor where it is?
No.
Yeah, because I was gonna say I know the eye is so the one half of the face is at a different angle than the other. But I thought that was kind of a stylistic choice.
It is.
Yeah.
I'm distracting you. Here, let me move my stylus away. That way you can see if you can catch it. You can feel her zoom, like leaning in, like pouring over it, can't you, chat?
I gotta zoom in.
Ed was got it.
Oh,
nice job.
Oh, is it the heels? I haven't even looked at the feet.
Yeah, check it out. You notice anything strange about the heels?
They're very different sizes and styles.
They're completely different sizes, and they're completely. I fucked up, right?
Well, how do you know? How do you know that they just don't have one foot that's much larger than the other, so they wear different shoes? I did that for 2 years during high school because my left foot was 2 inches longer than my right foot. I had to get one size 11 and one size 10.
Yeah, and it's worth noting, right? Again, like we are discussing artistic stuff, right? And artistically, it looks very strange, right? The calves are actually different sizes. The feet are actually different sizes.
See,
right?
I didn't realize those were like considered like mistakes though, because that's like things that can happen with a natural body, especially with somebody so muscular. Because if you're not careful, one leg day where you accidentally do your right a little bit more than your left, and it'll look like that, you know?
And so what you want to think about is that, again, you aren't talking reality, right? When you are discussing art, right? Our goal is not to recreate real life. If you wanted to recreate real life, I have a pro tip for you. You have a camera on your phone. It's probably included as part of your payment plan for your phone. Go be a photographer. It's fantastic. It's a great lifestyle choice.
I actually despise photography, but I understand. And it's because my family constantly, anytime we did anything even remotely cool or fun, it's like, get over here and take a picture. Get over here and take a picture. Like, shut the fuck up and enjoy the moment.
Yeah, and I'll just point out that, like, if you're doing photography, this is the sort of thing that, like, doesn't matter, right? But in art, that sort of thing catches people's eyes, but specifically, or rather, It's a big mistake, but unless you are specifically okay, what's the word? Unless you specifically are going out of your way to search for mistakes, most people will never see that. If I hadn't pointed it out to you, right, with Waz, if Waz hadn't pointed it out to you, how long do you think we would have been here? Do you think?
Not long, because I already did kind of notice the first time we went over it, but I didn't think it was a mistake. I just thought it was a choice.
And that's actually the other part of it too, right? It's hard to tell, especially as the viewer, right? It's difficult for the viewer to tell when something is a mistake versus a choice, right? They're not in your head. They don't know. What if I just like it when my girls have different shapes and sizes on their feet and legs?
Yeah.
What if I'm just weird, kinky like
What
that?
if this is somebody's OC and like one of them had fucked up feet because of their dark checkered past, which is their most valued possession?
Mm-hmm.
That was a reference, by the way. Hi, me! Meet the real me in my misfit way of living. My dark black past is my most valued possession.
Mm-hmm. All right. So all of this is now a fairly natural evolution into the next basic exercise. All right.
Yeah.
So this one is pretty straightforward. All right. It's called target training. Okay.
Can you
So here's
change your
how it
smoke
works.
detector for me, D3?
I tried. It broken. It broke.
Oh no.
Many things. I fixed it and then it broke it again.
It's a battery thing, from what it sounds
I
like.
know. I changed the battery and no worky. And then I replaced the whole thing and it's still no worky. We have someone scheduled to come out and fix it in a week. Anyways, target training. So you've already done the basic portion of it, right? Which is start to finish. Do that line right there. So S to F.
Yeah?
So to do that real quick. I live underwater. Fire isn't a problem. Good. All right. So now we're going to add, well, this is what we call beginner level. All right.
Okay.
So beginner level is there's no other targets. But now let's add some more. Ready?
Yeah.
So now let's add intermediate level. Intermediate level is now you have 3 targets, but there's rules. You cannot use straight lines.
Okay.
And it has to be, cannot use straight lines, and it has to be 1 stroke.
Okay.
All right, go for it. Good. No. It feels strange.
I was just giggling, it's all.
Yeah, that's perfectly normal. All right. So that is intermediate. Intermediate, right? And now let's go for intermediate high, right? So this is 1, 2. Sorry, hold on. No. That's not fair.
Buckle my shoe, 3, 4.
Now it's 3 steps. Go for it.
Okay.
Same rules. No straight lines. Like you can do a smooth line, but you can't do like a straight line. Here we go. Good.
Oh, was I supposed to use the dot from the second one?
Nope.
That works.
It does. All right. Ready?
Yeah.
And now last one. So this is the advanced one, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Oh.
You almost got me there, line.
Well, you gotta know what my question is, right? What's my question?
What made it mess up?
Yeah, but like, did you
What?
Did you plan?
Oh, I started going before you finished. Yeah, no, I didn't plan at all.
Yeah, and you can see the difference, right? Because every other one, it's just like, oh, I'll just hit it, right? But this one was different. right?
Yeah.
And it feels weird because again, it's very anti-instinct, or at least very anti-American culture instinct to do that planning.
Can I
right?
erase my line?
Absolutely, go for it. Oh,
What?
I wonder if it's just that you need to scroll down more on the right side. Huh. Or do I have a dock that's open for me that's not open for you? I'll worry about it later. Gets erased from existence. The house burned down from under the ocean. There we go.
I know that you find this annoying that it takes so long, but this is probably my favorite part.
It's totally fine.
I don't know why it's so satisfying.
No, it's totally fine. All right. Now, let's do the advanced target training. So the rules are very similar. However, there's only one change. It must be one smooth stroke. That's the only change.
Oh.
All right. Ready? Go for it. Did you plan?
Yes.
All right. So don't erase it. Let's examine the plan. So were you too low or too high?
I was actually just too fast. Because the way that Magna works, if I go quickly, my cursor actually drags behind me instead of following the pen exactly, and I don't know why.
That's a good lesson. That's a good lesson too, though, right? Make sure that you're stroking at a comfortable pace. That's good. That's still good. That's still a good lesson. All right, give it another go. Just suddenly change your stylus color and give it another go. There you go. Good job. Very nice. All right.
Sweating
Same
bullets.
idea.
Sweating bullets.
Same idea. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
One stroke. Right. Pretty
Am
close.
I trying
right?
to hit the center of the X, or am I just trying to hit the X? Because I was just aiming for the X in general.
Well, you hit the X in general, which frankly that means that you passed, right? If you want to make it harder, you aim for the center. That's a hard mode version.
Well then let me do it again and aim for the center, because I was thinking I just needed to hit the X in general.
You see what I did there, chat? I told her that it was a hard mode, and now she wants to do it. That's a Dark Souls player in her.
That is, you hit me with a challenge, instantly I'm the best at everything. Octon, thank you so much for the corn chip. I appreciate you. We're doing art training. Practice thingies. Exercises.
This is version 1 of the exercises, right? Where this is basic, I am learning how to draw. Right? Stuff.
I did it.
Nice. Good job. All right, and then one more time, I'm going to put it in the chat again. I'm going to be putting if any of you have any questions that aren't directly related to this, if you're just like a brain do burr, right? Yeah, you're on point. You're on point. Now, I want to use some specific language that I'm going to introduce to you. All right, so clear your layer.
Wait, if you give me just a second, I just need to do this for my own. Here we go.
Look how pretty that circle was. Look how different that is already.
That is a nice circle. You're right.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Also, this icon is a thing. It's a real thing. I don't remember what it's called, but I saw the crescent moon and I had to finish it.
That's fair and reasonable. You're gonna like in that case. I have some news for you. We're gonna be doing a lot of crescents right now.
Okay, real quick. I'm trying to see. I found it. I found the button.
Hey, nice. All right. So now I'm going to use some very specific language. All right.
Yeah. What language?
So,
like Latin? I can speak Latin.
So here in front of us, I have something that was done by Nisio.
I remember this.
Yeah. So what this is levels of drawing is what this is, right? This is not how good you are as an artist. I need to make sure everyone in chat understands that. This is not about how good you are, right? This is about your ability to convert black and white lines, right, into humanoid shapes.
Oh. Okay.
This is not a measure about your coloring skill. Yeah, exactly. This is an understanding of how shapes work. Exactly. Yeah. This is not something where I'm asking you, how good are you at character design? How good are you at your colors? How good
Fuck
is your
you.
anatomy?
How dare you strip me of my accolades?
Yeah.
Leave me alone in the desert like Dross.
Mhm. This is me asking, how good can you control shapes? Let's pay a special attention.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, what I'm gonna do here? What layer am I on? Am I on the right layer? I am.
Wrong
Good.
layer, clone!
Woo!
Why do we even have that layer?
All right. So, let's pay special attention to. We're gonna zoom in on this girl's legs, and we're gonna pay special attention. All right.
Okay, Tatsu, I really like the character. I just went and looked. They're cute as fuck. I love it. Were you watching Sophie's stream recently and saw about Bim Bam Sophie and just got inspired? Cause fuck, I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So is this where we're talking about like shapes and forms now?
Yeah. I'm gonna be pointing out some really basic stuff. All right.
Legs are two triangles. I'm kidding. A
Well, you're sort of half
rhomboid and a
right.
triangle? It depends.
Yeah. It depends a little bit, right? It depends on the shape you're going for. So
But
for
like
average human, an average level of fitness is kind of what we're talking about right now. We're not talking about any advanced bikini stuff or competitor stuff right now. We're not talking about like we're not talking about like fat people, right? Or chunky people. We're talking like average person, right? What do we notice about the legs? Let's try and verbalize it. So this on the left over here, the leg is a bad stick. They can't even draw a straight line on the left side, right?
yeah.
Then this left one, the center left, -1. Well, now you can draw a stick in a straight line.
Well, they actually drew two sticks with one stick because it looks to me like they went like this. Well, without as much of a flare to make the legs and cut corners, making both at the same time.
Yep, you got it.
um, and then it goes from here from like bad shapes to shapes that are just like that to like these are forms. Like they've turned what was just a line into now two rectangles with a point of articulation that are not even like fully straight rectangles, but they're rectangles. And then as it moves up each level of mastery, they transform the forms to make a more visually appealing and realistic shape. So that the form fits more and more into like everything. Until all the way over at level 3, they're actually using like they're like transforming it in such a way that it like has like angles and everything instead of being straight on. It like plays with perspective quite a bit. Um there's a lot more planning in the visualization of what they're going for shape wise. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Um
Absolutely. You're absolutely on point. Yeah.
if we're
The
just
shapes
focusing on the legs. There's way more that goes into it, but yeah.
Yeah. There's a common theme. The shapes are changing. All right. And I need you to kind of think of shapes as a language, right? You are trying to use your words, in this case, your shapes, to tell me something. In this case, they told me leg, right?
Yeah.
And the
And
language
then
gets more.
leg with stocking.
Mm-hmm.
And then leg with stocking at an angle. And then leg with stocking at an angle with lighting.
Yes, exactly. So the building blocks for all of that, as I think Octans the Squid said earlier, the building blocks for all of that is our shape language. So let's talk about these specific shapes.
Yeah.
In the first section, they use what I call a non-directional shape.
It's a flat.
Yeah,
It's not
a flat.
curved, transformed, or warped in any way. It's just rectangle.
Yeah, and there are a lot of non-directional shapes, all right? One of the big things to understand is that when you are advanced at drawing, when you're really fucking good, these are actually really powerful. Do you know why? What do you think?
Non-directional shapes being powerful.
Yeah.
They're
What?
probably the part of the image with which you're going to be drawn to the most. If I were to guess. That is purely a guess.
All right,
Yeah,
I'll clarify the guess. When you're doing anatomy, right, and you're doing non-directional shapes, non-directional means that they can be anything.
So like
That's
everything's
description.
made of them. Oh, Priscilla Snake, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Wah. Indeed. Silhouette
Yeah,
work,
exactly.
composition. Yeah, it's good for like the planning stuff.
Yeah, but there's a problem that we have. The problem is that we're not at that advanced stage yet. We're in our learning step. So these non-directional shapes are powerful, but the problem we have is that they can be anything because they are at best a planning feature. So we need to use something different. We need to use something called directional
So
shapes.
this is like if you were making like a leg with a foot using the
Mhm.
flat shapes, it makes it look like a robot leg. Like something out of Mega Man.
Yeah. And so directional shapes have a couple features. One, the most important part, there's some portion of it that is larger than some other portion of it.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
It'd be like
For yeah. That's one version. There are a bunch of different versions. Some of the most common ones are you have one portion of the shape that is straight and then another portion of the shape that is round. That's a very common definition, right? And the ideal is that at a glance, yeah, you're skipping ahead a little bit, Oct, but you are absolutely correct. Yes. Yeah. The ideal directional shape is actually a three-dimensional shape.
huh. Okay.
Because why? Well, what's so powerful about directional shapes? Directional shapes are us stating this is the direction the leg is facing, right? The leg is pointing this way. That's what a real life body does, right? You can tell when someone's leg is pointing in a specific direction. When you're looking at a foot, you can tell that someone's foot is pointing in a specific direction,
Yeah.
right? And so that means there's two types of shapes that you want to be drawing with. 3D shapes, like the one like this cube on the right, or directional 2D directional shapes like the one on the left.
Okay.
Yeah. And so I don't want to over. Mhm. Yeah.
Wait, remember to plan your XO, Yabo, and Zabo coordinates. Why are you gagging? This is hard science, people. What the fuck are you talking about, Amos?
They are doing the class clown impression. They're doing a pretty good at job at it. Not bad, not gonna lie. Taking the piss, so to speak. Because I'm being very formal, right, about a lot of very art concepts, right? But like, especially in the US, right? Like, that's weird, right? Like, this isn't normal in the US. Talking about stuff like this is not very normal, right? It's just a body forehead. Just draw. You're supposed to know what a body looks like, right?
I would punch somebody. I would, if I was struggling to like make something, and they said just draw a body, forehead. Ooh.
And you gotta know that is the very real advice that most people will give. They'll say just draw, right? They won't tell you about this basic things, right? Which is just not only you need to use specific shapes. It's not just any shape will do, right? These non-directional shapes aren't really helpful when you're learning how to draw, right? Like everything on this left side, these squares, circles, rectangles, anything where you can't tell specifically what direction it's facing is a shape that's difficult to learn from.
So what you're
Right?
telling me is that the training that I got in the beginning that said like every drawing that you're gonna do, start by making a wireframe using like perfect circles and shit. That's all fucking bullshit.
That is great advice for someone who already knows how to draw. That is the
Yeah,
cruel
'cause,
irony
like,
of that.
basically my art instructor said like, before you're going to draw a piece, convert everything into just like its base forms, you know?
Mm-hmm,
Like make like a wireframe like this.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Like that. They're like, do something like that. Then take like the forms and visualize them in 3D and make those guidelines. So like do like the like you know the that whole shebang, you know.
Yeah, and that basic advice is good. However, they left out this part of it, right? Because right now your stuff is very non-directional. It's not committal, right? That's why you use it. You use it because you're not committing to anything, right? You're saying, well, the head's gonna go here, the body's gonna go here, the arms go here, and when you're really good, that's helpful, right? You have internalized everywhere where strokes need to go. You have a personal backlog because you've been drawing for so long, right? It makes sense. But when you're first starting out, you actually want to do it with these types of shapes, right? With shapes where there's a very clear direction to everything, right? Because, well, if I do that shape here, this right here looks a lot more like a leg than this does in isolation, right? If I'm
Yeah.
being super specific, right? If I'm doing like the back of a leg, I can do something like butt, and then we have thigh, right? And then we have calf. Fill out a little bit more.
Holy shit.
What's up?
That you did that really fast.
Yeah, and that's all that was. All I did was I said, okay, well, here's my butt shape. Here is my thigh shape. Here is my ankle shape. You see?
Oh, it really is that simple, huh?
Yeah. And so the advice you got about connecting shapes together, that is correct. That is absolutely correct. The part that you need to remember is I need to make my shapes directional, right? I need to be able to tell at a glance what direction is this shape facing, right? And again, that's where 3D elements come into it. If here's a little hint, by the way, because they verbalize this in a cool way, but they never state it this way. Have you ever seen someone like make this circle and then they'll put like a disc on the side or something like that?
Yeah.
You've made a wheel.
Yeah.
Wheels are a lot like faces. You've converted a circle into a three-dimensional shape that you can actually then draw a face on.
Yeah. I've always like oh. The moment you did that, my brain clicked in.
Yeah! It's like, wait, hold up. All that you're doing when you do these little trees or whatever, you're making the shape 3D. You're giving yourself corners for your brain to wrap your head around. You're giving yourself edges that you can grasp, right? So now you can make these shapes come together. A little bit lower. Yeah, you got the right idea. Try it again. Plan first. Plan. What direction do I want this face to look? And then think about where the side of the face would be.
Okay. Now I'm being indecisive.
Yeah, there you go. So now you're saying the face is facing towards us a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, towards the left a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that way. That away.
And then we'd go like that to make the shape for the chin. I know that doesn't look super, but it doesn't matter.
No, it's all right. Keep going. Keep going. You got it. You got it.
And that's the forehead, right? So then like right about. Well, I want to erase this. It's like right here would be the eye line, about like a little bit above that.
Yeah, you got it. Keep going. Keep going.
Fuck.
It's like a little alien, right? But like, it's correct. Yeah.
I fucked that up a bit, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. And now you've probably run into the basic problem of, okay, well, how do I convert this knowledge into people shapes, right? It's like, okay, I understand the mechanics of it. So here's what I'll make sure I have clearly laid out. Let's lay out a clear warm up, all right? Something that you can maintain for like a week, all right? And yes, I do mean a whole week. So for 1 week as a warm up, so this is not a full drawing exercise at this point. This is not you saying I'm going to draw this, right? This warm up is you're going to practice your target training. All right. So you're going to do target training, and you're going to do your little mazes, right? Little planning mazes.
Like, that's my example.
Yeah. And then you're also going to practice your directional shapes. So 2D or 3D. So then there's things like something like this would totally suffice, right? Or something like yeah, cubes. You got it. There you go. Yeah, you got it. No, that's correct. That is actually factually correct, right? Because that is two directional shapes that combine in order to form a non-directional one. That's totally fine.
Wait, I can
No, that is a
make this.
perfectly
I can
legit
make
thing to
this
practice.
even better. I can make this even better though. Boom.
Just saving that to you for later. All right. Okay. Now this leads me into the assignment portion. All right. So the portion that is like actual like work and doing things together. You kind of hinted at it before, but you didn't quite get the numbers together. I have a question for you, and this is maybe a question for everyone. Have you ever had the experience where you were told not to use references or that references were at all bad? Have you ever had that experience?
No, not really, but kind of. They
Yeah,
said they
describe it a
told
little bit.
me they told me that image references were bad, and that if I wanted to use a reference, it would be better if I had a physical thing in front of me,
All right, and
like
I will
an
tell
apple. You know.
Yeah, yeah, and I will tell you now. That's butt kiss. That is very specific advice for a very specific problem. All right. I think you've even heard me talk about this problem a little bit before, right? Have you heard me talk about like art styles at all?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you've heard me talk about like how some art styles are better for some things than other things, right?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna introduce your chat to the concept just in case they haven't seen it before. Just in case. So
This is the best one.
all right. So the big thing I want to make sure I point out is that if your goals line up with if you use 3D objects, right, for 3D perspective, then yes, that is correct. But you can't always do that, right? Which 3D object do you have that looks like this little bobblehead on the bottom left?
One of those what are they called?
Nendoroid.
Yeah. One of those Nendoroid thingies.
Yeah. But what if you don't, right? What if you don't have one? Or if the Nendoroid or the Fumiko just doesn't look like what you're trying to draw? What do you do? Right? I need to make sure I emphasize it is not a bad thing to use 3D references. So if you have a photo of a Nendoroid, sorry, not a photo, if you have a Nendoroid in your actual hand, that is always better. Yes. But it is not the only correct solution. At least some of the time, you have to be okay with art references or image references because they have information that you can't get otherwise. For example, do you own a motorcycle?
No.
How the hell would you draw one?
Oh. Yeah, like this. We go like wheel. Oh, like thank you. So wheel and a wheel. And then connected to the wheel go up at a little bit of an angle. Here. Like and then fucking kickstand. the body and it flares up in the back a little bit. And then there's the clutch. Which actually would be on the other side. Fuck. Sorry. I fucked up. I fucked up real bad. Don't kill me, Harley Davidson. And then
now I'm going to show you a counter argument, right? Try it again.
Okay.
And again, you want to think about those other concepts earlier. One, plan. Think about what portions of this object are what shapes. Don't try and do it one for one. I'm not looking for like a super pretty, hyper detailed, high realistic thing, right? That's not what I'm asking you for, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking you what portions of this are critical, right? Yeah, we got Unity doing arts. We do. And then try and think in terms of directional shapes. What directional shapes exist in this picture?
Yeah.
What can we take advantage of? Hello.
And then
Yeah, there you go.
I think that already looks better.
It does, right? And again, that this is a really critical point that I think a lot of people miss. Yes, ideally, you should have a reference that is three-dimensional. That's the ideal reference, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you have a buddy who does own a motorcycle, ask them, "Hey, can I draw that?" If you have a wallet in front of you, draw the wallet, right? But that's not always an option, right? You don't always have buff chick number 99 to call on and be like, "Hey, babe, can you come over here and like do the splits in front of me with like your ass cheeks up in the air? I really want to draw that Jacko pose, but buff."
Now, so that's a bad example because I do know an absolutely jacked lesbian woman that I met at my local gym that would totally do that for me. And let me draw them. They are very, very funny.
Nice, good. Mm-hmm. But yeah, oh yeah, if you own Hot Wheels, then yeah, it's easy, right? You just have the thing in front of you. It's great. But what if you don't? It happens all the time. I need you to understand how easily this is and what a giant stigma our culture has against reference that doesn't make any bloody sense, right? I think even in like the comments right here, I bet there's at least one person, right? It's probably like 10 of them, right? That like are having this feeling that I'm wrong, right? That they have this feeling that like, right, it doesn't really matter what I say here, right? They're gonna walk away from this going, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Using references, what the fuck? It's okay, it's normal. But yeah, like a thought I put into everyone's heads: if it's good enough for Disney to use references, what makes you think you're better than the animators at Disney back in the old 2D art days? Right?
Dear
If
Lord, the
it's good enough,
Jiggling.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, exactly. Edwards has a really great point, right? Some people are high on their fucking mind. They're fucking lunatics, right? They think they can draw with just a mental reference, but you can't, right? Unless you are literally the most biggest fucking brain person who has never, like, you are literally perfection, right? Every concept you've ever had in your soul immediately stays with you for the rest of your fucking life, right? Maybe you could do this. But I want to give you the reality. There are two types of artists that can get away without using references. All right? And only two. Type number one is babies. All right? Type number two are hyper artists. Oh my god, that's cheating. You have to draw it all from your brain. Yeah, no, those people are nuts, right? And again, it's a very deep-seated cultural thing we have against those people, right? Against using references. It's not actually reflective of how art works. It's a cultural issue that we all have to fight past. That's part of what, if you've ever wondered how come some of the crazy stuff, right, comes out of the like Japan and stuff, their culture is a little bit different. They literally learn how to draw with their writing system. It's so different. All right.
I made
So
a
let's talk about
goofy
what
sword.
I think it's a pretty cute sword, and I think someday it'll be beautiful. All right, ready?
For.
My thoughts on I'm getting off track. I need to focus. All right. I'm not going to elaborate too much on this, right? But these are only two types of people that can get away, right, without using a reference. Babies, because they're so fucking cute that everyone loves what they do no matter what. Yeah. Yeah, literally, they're so cute, no one fucking cares, right? They are dumb and they have no other context, right? And then hyper artists, and again, I will clarify, right? Hyper artists where not like, oh, hyper muscle sizes. Those people too. They're making, you got to know every hyper artist for their salt has made up everything that they do. All right, we're all making it up. But really, I'm referring to extreme experience, right? Octon, you are a good being. It's not a skill question; it's rather a practice question, right? Hyper artists, as in they have been dedicated to their craft for a long time. They have internalized their references, and even then, if they're really good and not just old veterans who have been drawing since forever, right? Right? What will happen is that anytime they're confronted with new information, they just get a reference anyways. So even this isn't really true. It's only true of stuff that they're personally familiar with, right? Yeah.
I don't know why I wrote Mr. Miyagi, but you know what I mean.
Wax on, wax off. All right.
By the way, did you like the part where I said new beings very dumb can't do algebra?
I did. This actually leads me into the part that's your assignment. And yes, I do mean this is your assignment. Because I know this is something you haven't done before, right? Because no one does this until they've been trained to do so. All right? Mm-hmm. Your assignment is to gather art. But I'm going to be specific. All right? You have to gather art that reflects your interests.
I actually have already done this.
And then organize it.
Fuck.
Yeah. So if you already have the art, then good. Then you already have the art. But now what you need to do is you need to say, okay, I need to categorize it at the very least into what the fuck you saved it for. All right? I'm going to give you a couple of examples. All right? Just so that you have an idea of what to look for. So I'm about to give you all some secrets, okay, chat? All right? I'm about to give you all the slice of life, like forbidden knowledge. All right, chat?
Like our porn folder. Like the Soviet Union theme plays.
Yeah, Octon, you got it. Right? A really basic feature, right? I'm gonna DM this to you. So you have a personal folder, but I'm also gonna share it with chat right now. Wait, can I share this? Wait.
Like a lot of the stuff that I'd be saving, I can't show on stream, and I want to do art on stream.
I'm trying to double check if there's anything here that I can't show on stream.
It's like fucking. I like one of the artists that inspired me most to like want to do art.
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to remember what their tag was. Because like all the way back. This was a long time ago.
I can't share the artist one. I gotta rethink my life a little bit there. Ooh.
Hey, you gotta remove that.
Yep. I saw it.
No, like delete. The whole thing.
Yeah, I saw it. Yep.
Would this VOD be saved? It should, unless something happens. It should be. Why?
Yeah,
should it not be? I could upload it to YouTube for you if you want. I could cut out just this part of it too, the most important part.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I'm trying to look through. Let's see.
Then yeah, I'll cut out this segment and put it on YouTube.
Yeah, I would. My bad. Trying to find this is safe. There, fine. Haha. Yeah, trying to segment just the portion that is fine. There we go. Just so that you have an idea.
You thought it would be okay to show this off on stream, but there's a whole folder called crazy sex poses.
I had a big dumb. I was distracted.
Fucking dork.
All right, there. I've cut out all the pictures. There. It's just words. Am I in trouble for words, do you think?
No.
Okay, cool. All right. So this is just
You
a.
should draw more of the third category from the top.
I agree. So this is just one example of a category that I have. So I have categories based on my interests. This is one type of category that I have, where all that it is, it's just things that interest me, right? Subject matter. However, it is not the only type of thing that I will categorize things by. I'll also categorize them by artist. And I do this for a specific reason. Artists often have very specific specialties that they are better at than anyone else in their field, right? For example, Input 2 is an artist who has a very specialized figure. I really should talk about someone who doesn't just only draw porn, so I can actually show them off on stream.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, this doesn't help us at all.
All right. I'm trying to find a.
You know what? This is somebody that does draw porn, but they also do normal art. Cute, sexy robots.
Yep, I actually have them saved. They're actually a folder in here, believe it or not.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
Yep. So let me grab one of their. This little
There's a cool artist called B Puns. I heard they do some good work. Yeah, but that's all NSFW as well. B Puns is often.
All right. This isn't the important part though. All right, let me go grab the important
yes. That right there,
actually...
that's good.
Right. Because here are some basic things you should be able to do. All right, whenever you are discussing like what you like, right? You have to be able to have this discussion at all, right? Because a lot of times what will happen when you are talking about art is you just save the art, right? You have a favorites folder or you have a little download folder on your phone.
Believe
and
it or not, I have the answer for this. The reason why I like cute, sexy robots' art so much, and the part of their art that I would love to take and as a skill that I could learn myself, the way that they do lighting and shading is so fucking pretty.
Absolutely.
And it does so much for lending to the, like, three-dimensional feel and the realistic feel of their art. They do a wonderful job of it. It's probably the thing that they do best.
Now, let's talk a little bit about format. Now, I'm going to show you a couple of different formats that you can use. This is an acceptable format, right? Saitama's been through some stuff, okay? One acceptable format is that you say things I know, things I want to learn, and things I don't like. This is not like a true Venn diagram where you're saying that there's an overlap between things you don't like and things you want to know. No. This is rather just categorization. You could also just put these in like vertical columns. It would be totally fine, right? But the idea is
what is meat subtlety?
So that refers to like how squish is formed on a leg, is what that refers to. So like the specific way that like when someone has a piece of cloth like stripped across, like what do they do to like make that meat look thick? Is what that refers to.
So like the squish.
Yeah, the squish. Yeah, how do they make their squish look special? Yeah.
I approve of the squish. Go fish! Hi!
Yeah. Now, I have a advanced version of this I want to show you, but I'm just double checking if it's safe for work or not.
1 second, I gotta stand up and absolutely fucking destroy my own ass.
Smack?
I stand up, move the camera, or move, not the camera, the fucking mic over, and then smack my ass as hard as I can.
Oh. Huh.
Yep, that's the redeem. Don't wear it out. Don't wear it out. God bless America, says Equus. Alright, you ready?
I'm ready. Let's go.
I did it. Discord blocked it out probably. But... Don't you dare, Poxmugs.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to crop this. It's fine. This is fine.
How was that, Awaz? Was that satisfactory?
Reverb.
Ohado Yano, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. We're learning art stuff. The lovely d3damage is teaching me how to art smart.
Now, I am putting some things that I can't share on stream because it didn't even occur to me that these might not be safe for work, so I didn't edit them. So that's on me.
Yeah.
So I am going to have to do.
In fact, almost all of this is not safe for work.
Yep. So I'm going to have to do this manually. All right. The full version of this I recommend is I'm gonna try and list out these steps at least. That way everyone can have like the basic plan a little bit. All right. So step 1. Oh, hello. Step 1. Gather cool artists. All right. You usually want like 2 to 5 early on, but you can get more, right? The more the merrier, right? But this is just a starting block. All right. Step 2 is you're going to get about 2 to 5 art pieces from each of them. All right. Because again, I know the ideal is 3D objects. I know. However, you don't always have those. So you're going to have to get images at least some of the time. All right. So I'm just trying to help break your own internal stigmas against image references.
Well, on top of that, like the art that I'm wanting to do is art that I'm going to have to use images and not 3D objects to do anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to do character art, and I'm in fantasy is usually my theme. So like, I'd be drawing like fucking orc.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, this is what orcs look like, by the way.
With little teeth? Yeah. Very nice.
Oh, I did it wrong.
I think it's cute.
Is no, it's supposed to be like this.
It's a vampire OC.
Well, no, vampire would be yeah. Vampire was before. Now the they go up. They go up.
Ah,
Yeah,
I see. I like it.
Here. Like that. Connected to the mouth, you know? Yeah, like that.
I see. Good.
They kind of like distort the mouth a bit because their lips have to go down and around them.
Good. I like the thinking.
Yeah. Sorry, this is a distraction. I mean,
That's all good. One of the things that you should do whenever you're going to be doing this basic exercise, right, is that you need to ask yourself, how much of what I'm looking at this individual art piece is about the content? Is it the content that makes me like it, or is it the quality that makes me like it? That's always the question you're going to have to ask. A good rule of thumb for everyone, right? If it's something that you would type into Google in order to find it, so it's a search, if it's a search bar, that is content. All right. However, if it's something that increases or decreases your enjoyment within a category, that is quality, right? For example, in terms of like animation, I think it's fair to say that the animation of the first season of One Punch Man was a little bit more advanced than the animation that was involved in Teen Titans Go season 1. Is that fair to say?
yes, but first I need to. Ara.
Nice.
And then I can do a hello. Ara. There we go. That's a little bit better. I needed to sink into my more vocal trained voice.
Once you've done that basic process for any given art piece, right? Then you want to go even farther beyond, right? Because you need to do this for every art piece, right? That you find. So that's going to be somewhere between 4 to 25,
Okay.
which is part of why I limited it to start with, right? Because it could be 4 because you just don't have a lot of time and don't have a lot of energy. It could be 25 because you do it on stream and you want to show off like all the different these different artists that you want to learn from.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So like you measure yourself based on what you think is appropriate, right?
You know, I want to say something funny. I was just thinking like, man, I'm kind of tired. That's weird. It's not that late. It's only 8 o'clock. And then I remembered I've been streaming for 7 hours and 46 minutes. It's okay for me to be a little tired.
Yeah. Yeah. And now I want to make sure I highlight some specific information, right? So these are specific. Once you've done this basic content versus quality question, there's a second part, right? Which is the what information do I want from this art, right?
Yes, I actually I I I did this exercise, but not under art. Recently with Amy, ironically enough. Which was we found a bunch of art pieces that we found like really, really hot. And then we wrote down like the artist that made them, if it was like a particular artist that we liked a lot, and what we liked about their art style. And then what specifically about each of the pieces made it super hot.
Yeah.
Which was totally not for any sort of a illicit thing, or sexually explicit thing at all. It was for pure reasons only. Hey, Dazzy!
Definitely.
Oh my goodness! The King of Kobolds themselves has graced us with their presence. How are you, Your Highness? They're also King of the Bottoms, by the way, if you were curious.
Ah. Oh, neat. Thank you, Ohara. Appreciate it. Oh, we got a sound and everything on my end. Neat. But yeah, I do want to make sure I emphasize that there is a category that is the most important of any of them. So I need to make sure that I highlight it in extreme detail.
What I can currently do as good as this artist?
Yeah. And you might go, why is that important? So
it is important because it helps define your goals while also bringing light to your accomplishments.
Yes. The hardest part about learning art is discipline. It is the consistency that keeps you working even when you're tired, even when it doesn't look that good. And if you spend all of your time only talking bad about your art and other people's art, the net result is that you will stop drawing.
Are you joking? I made Guebo. Guebo is the greatest art piece to ever grace humanity. Alright? I am the author, progenitor, creator, nay, inceptor of Guebo. You know.
I know.
Yeah, so I'm already perfect.
All right. Well, fair enough.
I'm kidding.
Vine boom.
I did a yawn.
Fair. All right. There's more. Gave you a follow, by the way, Octurnal Squid. I like the way you talk.
You should definitely check out their streams on another website.
Hey, yo. Speaking of other websites,
Octon is a friend of Socks and mine, by the way.
Oh, makes sense. Neat. Where are we at? That's more or less what I had planned for today, because that's a good hour and a half, a little bit longer than I wanted to go, but I felt like it was important, so I had to say it.
I think this was very educational.
I'm glad. Do you feel like you got something out of it?
I got a lot out of it. Look at this.
I'm glad.
Boom. There you go. What more can you say?
PDFs. Oh my.
Yeah.
All right.
So you can actually find them. They're in this Discord that I'm in as
Oh,
well.
they are.
Yeah.
And now
I'm
you
not
got me
sure if they have a
curious.
nickname or anything.
It looks like they have. I think I recognize them. Octin the Squid. Yep, that's them.
Yep,
I
yep.
am. Oh, hey, you're friends with Yes Authority too. Neat. Actually, you're friends with a lot of my artist friends. What the heck? How
Yeah.
have we never met before?
I honestly am pretty sure you have at some point.
Yeah, you're friends with Ferris and Crescent too. What the heck?
Yeah.
And Aegon, of course. Hold on, we're just gonna send this real quick. How have we never crossed paths before?
I don't know.
Just
They draw a big shark.
We draw a big shark.
They're, one of my favorite art pieces of theirs was a series that they did of a shark. I believe their shark's name was Squishy. I could be wrong. It was a massive shark that got more and more massive as time gone on. Gummy, not Squishy. Yeah, Gummy the shark. I love them. And I know that art was popular enough that you saw that at some point.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I recognize the name, and now I know how you know my people. I understand. Very exciting. Very exciting. People have definitely shared your art before. There are bees from you that are in one of my folders. I can confirm. Arts of like different women's even. Neat. Yay, pollination.
D3damage's VTuber model gives big JoJo vibes. Really? I think like they give like Moa Mal vibes, honestly. It's crazy, I know. But for real, it's so hard for me to not look when I look at D3's like VTuber model and their character, and I think back to like where I first met them and like everything. I'm just so fucking proud of them. Like and I take like a little bit of pride that Momo was like from a D&D campaign that I ran. um no small amount of pride in that, not gonna lie. Um but, obviously it's not my thing, it's your thing. But it's just, I love it. I love it. And I can't wait to see like how everything kind of blossoms for you. I Twitch has already accepted you with open arms, and you've been like brought in very swiftly. And
Ooh.
what I dare say is the greatest opportunity that us as non-partnered streamers have ever been given. Because weren't you given like a shit ton of gift subs recently?
Yeah, I got 100 gift subs out of nowhere. I wasn't like at all ready.
So,
Like
despite you only being affiliate for less than a month, I believe you are already an affiliate plus streamer.
what? What does that mean?
It
What?
is originally there was a partner program and the partner plus program, which is partners that have more than a certain amount of subs. And partner plus program allowed partners to negotiate their rates and get higher than the normal base rate for their streams. They have recently lifted the bar that made that only available for partners because there are more affiliates that qualify for that program than there were originally. And when they made that program, the only people that did qualify were partners, so it just made sense to make it a partner thing, plus alliteration. Now, if
Oh.
you have more than 100 sub points, you can opt in to increase your profit margins from 55 to 70 And if they're more than 250, you can opt to get as high as 90.
Oh.
But you have to negotiate a proper contract,
Right.
It's no longer, oh, I have this standard form. It's you sit down with an Amazon representative and negotiate a contract with Twitch.
Oh. I see.
So you might qualify for that to get even higher margins out of things.
That would be kind of wild.
Yeah. It used to be considered a thing that only the elite of the elite could do. But now that getting into partner is so difficult, like it is more so like a subcategory of elite. Like Twitch is such a weird platform. The way it behaves right now and the way that it works, it's in flux. Things are constantly moving and changing, and they're still trying to figure out how they want things to be.
Yeah.
But what I do know is that there is an opportunity here that you have bottled. I'm sure great things are coming. Your fire alarm agrees.
Speaking of fire alarms and things like of that nature, my alarm bells are ringing.
Which are?
We're almost through, and I wanted to have questions that we were supposed to answer.
Yeah. Let's look. Let's look if we had any questions. A friendly reminder to everybody that we have a document here that you can list questions if you'd like to for D3, and we will answer them. It is now time for those to be answered, but late submissions. I will post this again, and I will pin it. This is a document where you can ask D3 questions. I will not pin it because I got an error when I tried to pin it. But there you go.
Okay, so let's go through these. Who the fuck is d3damage? That's fair. It's completely valid and fair. I have been an artist since. No, let's rephrase that. I have been drawing since 2010. Right? Is how I want to phrase that. I think. I think you all kind of saw what that looked like a little bit. The little mans, right? Little mans with little sticks, right?
Yeah.
Little scrunkly, right? I have been drawing since then, and I became a professional artist. I want to say a year before the pandemic hit, so 2019. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is relatively recently, like the past 5 years, that I've made art my primary job, rather than being something that like I fed myself with. Early on, like I want to say 2013 ish, right? I primarily used my art as a way to feed myself, but it wasn't really commission work, right? Because the basic way that it worked is that like this is what that looked like way back then, right? I like to think I was okay, right? After 3 years of trying. And a lot of my art looks like this, right? Where it is this really like kind of goofy a little bit. I didn't really start into any fetish work for
Looks like D&D 2nd edition art.
Yeah. I think that was supposed to be Ramona flowers. Yes, that's what the notes say. This note say this was supposed to be Ramona flowers.
The hair color is all off.
Oh yeah.
Also,
Oh, yeah, no.
Ramona is not muscular. And you kind of I know that you love muscles.
Oh yeah, no. I was it was pretty goofy, right?
It's like if Ramona Flowers and then the girl from One Punch Man that has green hair and can do wind magic did a fusion.
Right around
That's your Dark Souls 2 character.
Yeah. right on that border from 2013 to 2014 and onwards is when the fetish stuff started. Like the muscle stuff, like really took off. Like I was doing a little bit of buffness before, but somewhere around this time frame, I had a friend challenge me that was like, "Hey, I bet you can't make something crazy." I was like, "Okay," and I thought we did a competition. I thought I was gonna win. They drew tentacle porn. It ended up being very different. They won. Um, but this started like a 2-year period where I would draw everything, and when I say everything, I mean everything, right? So like 2014 to 26 to 2015 was like a really dark time for me. And that's when like I drew uh anything that you can imagine. I drew it, right? It didn't matter how much or how little I enjoyed it. That wasn't the point. The point was this was food. Art was food. I needed food. I would draw whatever, right?
Oh, you're saying anything that somebody would pay you to make, you'd make it.
Uh-huh. So Fuda artwork, right?
Well,
There was
but
a lot
that
of
makes you deeply uncomfortable.
yeah, it did. Yeah, this is and for clarity, this is the time frame that made me deeply uncomfortable with it. Before I was actually pretty okay with it.
Okay.
So I'll just say that the people that from this time period ruined Fuda artwork for me, as well. I'll say.
Okay. And
Yeah.
is that still is that discomfort still here? I know you were saying before that it's like slowly going away.
Yeah, I don't think I want to be drawing it. I don't want to give those people a chance to come back into my life, but I don't like detest it the way that I used to, right? It's not something where I'm actively avoiding every instance of it, right? Because there used to be a point where like I left the first time I got on DeviantArt, I actually left it almost immediately because there was Fuda artwork on it that I saw, right? And I didn't get back onto it for like a full year after that, right? These used to be very strong emotions I had to deal with and that I've
Mm,
been overcoming slowly.
I'm proud of you.
Mm-hmm. Arigato. There's also things like scat, right? Some of my earliest vor drawings were from this time frame.
I didn't even know you
Um,
drew vor.
I don't, but this D3 did. D3 of 2014 2015 did. I did daily art pieces for like a year and a half, right? Because like that I needed to do it, right? I didn't have no money. I needed food. People paid me directly in food for whatever the fuck they could convince me of, which was everything. Right? What
Damn.
did what what did that professional time period look like? I think the time that I became a professional was right around when I started accepting I call them bounties. So
Foot Lover 1986. Thank you for the follow. My
you know,
goodness.
that's pretty prescient. I once had someone commission me back in that time period to turn a perfectly normal human being into a foot. That was a commission I accepted at one time.
What?
Yeah, oh yeah, no. There's all sorts of weird nonsense from that period where I'm just like, I'm never going back.
Okay, but how? Wait, just like a disembodied foot?
Yes, like a whole ass person loses their arms and legs and loses their head and they became feet.
What the fuck?
People are weird. If you think you understand the depths of the human mind, go deeper. Don't go deeper. It's better that way. hmm Um, but I will say my inaugural drawing of as a this is safe for work. Yes, okay, ish. Not, but also not nude. So meh. No nipples are showing and no vag. This is my first official professional art piece, right? Back in the day, this is May 2020 is what this is. All right.
Okay.
This is when I started what I call my bounties system. And so what bounties are is that they're timed art pieces, right? So in this case, this was 30 minutes, right? A 30-minute sketch. And I still get paid by that way for most commissions. Most commissions are still you pay me for a certain amount of time and I'll do artwork within that time frame. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Uh in more modern times, I will say, I have gotten a fair deal better. Now I still I'm no magician, right? I can't make things come from nothing, you know. Like there are limits to my powers, so to speak. You know.
Mhm.
But I can in fact at this point make uh you know
I'm making a
actually
goofy
professional
cardigan for this girl so that I don't get in trouble.
makes sense to me. as I throw a battle of COME at the stream, right?
Mm-hmm. Comb.
Mm-hmm. Right. Uh, yeah, and that's kind of where I'm at now, right? I've gotten into silver. I got into some interesting what's the word? Some circles I have gotten with have put my art into a professional sphere where I'm allowed to take my art and put it in more professional places. There was going to be a Steam game with some of my art featured in it, which unfortunately the game died, funding dropped, and my NDA for that ends in like a year and a half. That's gonna be exciting.
Nice.
Uh, yeah. So I'm looking forward to sharing some of that chubby girl art, chubby girl becoming fit art. I'm looking forward to sharing it in the future.
I actually have a
Mhm.
couple NDAs that are expiring soon, so I can talk to you all about these tabletop games that I made.
Nice. But yeah, I'm definitely in the point now where I can draw really whatever I like. It just takes some things take more time than others. And that's who D3 be. Um, if you ever wonder why I'm so eager to help and teach, so much of it is just that I remember those like I'm gonna make it even easier for you. All right. Just to yeet it. Yeah. Like I don't know. Some people ask me like why I'm so willing to like do stuff like this, and even though doesn't necessarily get me anything. And part of it is just like I just remember like what it felt like to be that honors kid that was good at everything, right? And then suddenly like this is my art. Right?
That's kind of where I'm at. Like, that's why I'm
Mhm.
so committed to do this, because I've tried and I've tried and I've tried, but the fact that this was the first thing that I ever tried to do and got hit with like a wall of like, no, fuck you, you're not good at this, and you're not going to be good at this unless you actually work hard. In fact, work harder than most people have to, because you have at least one disadvantage in this regard. Um
Mhm.
uh I I need to prove to myself that I know how to learn how to do something.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Absolutely. Right? And all I'm suggesting is that like there was a point in time where I was level -2. All right. And I mean that in like the meanest way that I can, not the nicest way, right? When I say that, I mean very literally that like I could not draw a stick figure when I first started, right? I couldn't draw circles, I couldn't draw straight lines, right? It just wasn't something that I was physically capable of doing. I was too shaky, right? This first picture is after like a year and a half of improvement, right? That was better than what I used to be able to do once upon a time. And I want to try and help as many people as I can, like get past that part of their art at the very least. You know?
Yeah, I get you.
Mhm. Second question. Uh, how do you design creative clothing? So that's a secret, Chief. You don't.
First things first, you make a cool silhouette that
Yeah.
is really unique. Second,
Yeah.
you make a person that fits into that silhouette. Third, bullshit your way until it matches the silhouette.
Hmm.
And
Yep. Yep.
pick a very strong color palette that emphasizes the stuff that you want to draw people's eyes towards.
Hmm.
Ironically enough, I'm the one giving advice on this. I don't know why I decided to speak
No.
up, but
No. It's correct though. No, that is just legitimately good advice. No, it's good. Like a good rule of thumb, right, is that like you should always start with I'm going to do a little bit of cheating here. So I'm gonna grab Reyna, right? Uh this is a moderately okay design. All right. there are things that are really good about it. Notably, like because it's a VTuber design, all of the interest needs to really be on top because so much of your time spent is like not shown on the feet. A lot of your time is actually spent up here in this area. So like having some visual interest in this top area is really important if you're doing a VTuber, right? So in her case, the drills and then the ears. For Unity, it's her hat and her ears and her face, and like she's got a lot. Actually, Unity's got a lot of complicated stuff going on if you've never thought about it before. But anyways, focus.
Can you help me? How do I get rid of this?
Press D. That should be the first thing.
It went away.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yep. There it goes. It's gone. All right. But and in general, a really good test that you can do. I'm going to clip this layer. Right.
By the way, a lot of people don't know this. While this personal iteration of Unity was not drawn or like designed by me as closely, it was I sent references and then let them have some creative freedoms, a lot more than I normally do. My original design for my Kobold, along with the majority of the art made of it that wasn't like fan art, very strictly policed by me with the design that I made. So like it is a fairly busy design on purpose. Ironically enough, I designed my Kobold in a very specific way, which was to magnify your eyes towards my chest. And I think that it's pretty obvious that that's the case, especially in this design. But it was even the case in the original iterations of my Kobold. Can I port in an image?
Yeah.
How do I do that?
You just need to have it open somewhere else. Press Control C, and in the other picture, and then on your layer, press Control V.
So this was the original drawing of Unity ever made. Control V while my cursor's on the spot.
Mm-hmm.
Is that actually gonna work?
You can also give me the picture. And I can port it in for you.
I don't think it works.
Yeah, you can throw it my way, and I can import it.
Okay.
Oh, this is cute. I like this.
Yeah. And then this was the second image ever made of them, which was done in the same day. And you can see, like, how little my character design has evolved over time. Because I had a very strong image of exactly what I wanted from the beginning, you know? Is there a way to move this?
It's on my layer, so I can control it, but you can't, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's like a white background on that cuts them out. Can you make it smaller?
Mm-hmm.
Made it bigger. Yes, that works. But yeah, like the pentagram, alright, it's not present in the second image because I wanted a drawing where it wasn't there, because I wanted to see if it was serving the purpose I wanted it to, which was to emphasize the boobs. And it was. Because the first thing, when you look at the first image, you're kind of magnetized to the neck and chest area. When you look at the second image, you're actually more magnetized to either the face or the hips. You know? And then that's why I decided to leave the pentagram in the final design, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Also, I love the outfit. That's why I haven't changed it. It's just great. The only thing I would ever do to change it would be just to, like, add more things, which doesn't really need to be done, because it's already a fairly complex design with a lot going on, you know? Like, I thought about at one point having, earrings, which I do now. I think that definitely does complement the design. Originally, I wanted the earrings to be, of, Wyrm, So it was going to be 3 different piercings that are connected together, like with like wings. So it was going to be like one piercing would be close to the side, like right here, which is going to be like the head of I need to here, the head of some sort of like thing. Why isn't it drawing? What the fuck?
Your layer is below mine.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah. So it was gonna be like the head of a dragon, and then it was gonna go right here with like wings right there and right there, and then the tail trailing off on almost like curving down the tip of my ear. And that was gonna be an earring that I was gonna get on one side, but the asymmetry that was present in my model made it so that when I had that, it was a little overbearing. So I decided to remove it. And that's why we got now the we lean into the cow theme of the cow bold and went for like the cow tags. This is just what I have now.
Huh.
They're the same. They're basically gold versions of like the tags that you put on like the ear of like a dairy cow in a farm in our world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough.
Oh,
I like it.
And I replaced the I just noticed I don't have my fishnet gloves in this design. That's actually kind of important. I need to fix that.
Oh.
I'm gonna have to yell at my artist.
Fair.
How did I not
where
notice
were we?
that they were missing until just now?
You were excited. Excitement breeds distraction.
I
Distraction breeds
hope
mistake.
that tangent didn't like waste a whole lot of time.
It's all good. It was only like 5 minutes, 7 minutes.
It was more than that. It was like
Maybe
14 minutes actually.
I was trying to make you feel better. Where was my brain at? Oh, right. What Unity was saying was correct earlier about silhouettes. Yeah. In a lot of ways, if all you do is take a basic girl silhouette or a basic dude silhouette and just throw random shapes on top of it, you'll probably make something pretty cool on accident, right?
Yeah.
That's one way to approach it. It's not the only correct way. It's just one simple way to do it. Another thing that you can do, you can kind of remove the blinders, right? And think about what it is you want a design to communicate. For example, Unity's design communicates magic. It communicates kobold, boobies, sexiness, right? Motherly vibes, right?
Oh.
Mm-hmm. And so that's what Unity's design is, right? Like Unity's design is all about like letting you know exactly what you fucking walked into when you walk into a room with her, right?
Mama Kobo with magic.
Mama Kobo with magic, right? And so as long as you're making a design that says something and communicates clearly, right? Yeah. I'll put that question in the queue. That's actually a really good question.
Can I
'Cause the
give
answer
my
is
2
yes.
cents?
Sure.
It definitely will hinder you if you're trying to get into art professionally as a non-freelancer. But the amount of money that you'd make as a normal commission artist versus an NSFW commission artist is such a staggering difference, especially if you have like a name for yourself. If you're a well-known artist that is willing to do something so a lot of people aren't, like so for example, like if you do like really good furry art or something,
I can confirm.
you will make several magnitudes more money than any artist working for a company. And it's also important to note, all right, I have friends that do art for companies and have done in the past, and I actually have friends that have tried to work for companies and have been screwed over very, very hard in the past. The independence that you get as an NSFW artist and the job security that you have is something that you will never get working for a company unless you have like a crazy airtight contract that you partially wrote yourself.
Yeah, and I actually have a great example on screen right now, funnily enough. So
Go for it.
This girl right here, this one that's left over is called Raina. She is a Hololive VTuber. So she's from Hololive Indonesia. So she's not the biggest one, right? but she is fairly significant. Her artist is someone that's called Pochi. Pochi does dojins for a living, the sexy kind. All right. She has her own tag on N hentai and everything. All right. Uh, if someone like Pochi can get in, you can get in whatever. So that's the first thing I'll say. It is if you are good enough, if you have the right people, if you are creative enough, if you know how to talk, you can make it. But I will also tell you it is harder, right? Just like Unity said, it is a very difficult time. Your skills have to be supreme, right? You have to be able to do things that no one else can quite replicate, right? Um, Another VTubing example is the who the fuck, what the fuck is their name? How do you pronounce their name? Ugh. Actually, wait, no, we don't like that person because they did bad things. Never mind. We're skipping. We're not shouting out that person. Never mind.
Wait, are you talking about Valera or?
I'm talking about the person who made Gaz's model, right, and then just kind of dipped.
Oh yeah, we don't talk about them.
Yeah, we don't want to brag. We don't want to praise someone for doing something bad. While Pochi-sama has only ever been like a fucking saint, right? That like there is a reason that they got that job, right? They got that job to do Rainey's models plural because they are excellent at what they do, right? Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, no.
Peeps, we do not talk about him. Yeah.
And the other thing to keep in mind too
Also,
is that
hi
like
Peeps, I love you, missed you. Sorry.
I want to talk about the
Oh my
fairly
goodness,
normal
it's
price
Pixels here
ranges, right?
too.
So it's not that weird for artists that are safe for work to do what are unironically poverty wages. All right. So for example, a lot of artists that I've run into will do $10 to $40 for a whole ass full body. This is often something that will take them upwards of like 6+ hours. Right. So I think anyone here can do the math, right? 10 divided by 6 is a terrible amount, right? You're making less than $2 per hour, right, for that art piece. And a lot of times it's actually worse than that, right? Because a lot of times what they're doing, what they'll convert that into is that that's not even over the course of a single day, right? They'll often be spread out over the course of a month, right? So like this is it's not okay, right? But this is fairly normal the more vanilla your artwork is, especially if you are at moderate skill levels. Not bad, right? Not awful, just not amazing, right? This is fairly normal, right? Um, Now I want to contrast this with what I fucking do, right? As I'm gonna use myself as an example. And again, I am not the most skilled NSFW artist. There are tons of people that make more than I do, right? And that are even not even making more, but just better at art than I am, right? So I work for 60 an hour, right? That's my default. So not 60 per piece, not 60 for a full body like most safe work artists do. Like again, for safe work, that's pretty normal, right? Full body, right? This is my per hour rate. Now, will I do a full body that time? Yeah, if you want me to do a pencil drawing in 60 minutes, I can do it in 1 hour, right? If you want my crazy high quality stuff that's like towards what this is on, you're probably looking at somewhere between $240 to $360, right? Because it'll take me about 5 to 6 hours, right? I want you to compare those two numbers, right? And then ask, is it viable, right? Right? Is it viable to do the thing? Well, you would charge more per hour is what you would do, right? Right? Queen Kaiju, right? Like it's perfectly viable if you charge more, right? That's just what you run into, right? Ultimately, like as long as you and the customer are okay with whatever price you agree to, like it's fine, right? But that's another story for another day, right? You have to have a conversation with your commissioners. I'm not you, right? I'm just pointing out that like there is a huge difference in the numbers here, right? Part of the reason is just volume, right? Uh, it's kind of basics of math, right? If you have 9 people who are willing to do safer work art, you'll probably have like half of a person who is willing to do NSFW art, right? And then another half of a person that's willing to do fetish art, right?
I'm
And
gonna be a fucking unicorn.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have a very broad spectrum of stuff that I'd be okay with drawing if I get good enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. and you can kind of do this at a glance, even on like mhm. uh I can confirm what you are saying, Pine Kaiju, and I should fairly clarify. I'm not saying that you should charge hundreds of dollars difference right away. That is almost always going to be a bad thing, right? However, I can usually say that it's usually not a strict 1-to-1 ratio, right? Because hold on, before I do this, there's a short question that we can do. Let me get to the short question first, and I'll come back to this. There's a shorting question. What drawing tool do you recommend? I have been playing with a few practicing art, but I'm unsure what to use. All right. And have I done to art school? Those are actually two very short questions. All right. Have I done to art school? Art school? No. I teach. I actually run an art school, and everything that I teach in that art school is something that I have learned from investigation. And I know it's not what you're saying, Queen. I'm coming back to it just because it's a long answer that I need to give for that question, and these are short answers, right? So I'm coming back to this. So I'm getting the shorter questions out of the way before we dive down into that rabbit hole, because that is a massive rabbit hole, right? Um, Art school, I think, is good if you have a specific purpose in mind, right? Um,
I went to art school and it fucked me up, but I didn't go to a physical art school. I took online art school and it fucked me up. That's why I'm here, to get unfucked
yeah,
up.
yeah. Art school is good if you know what you want to learn and you have proof that they are going to give you what you want to learn. For example, if you are going to art school to learn graphic design, I think you can trust most art schools with that. However, if you're going to art school to learn animation, not every art school is equally good. And so at that point, it's a bit of a crapshoot. So you should find out who they've trained, who's with them, that sort of thing. Would I recommend it? Yes, if it makes sense for you. It probably won't, but it might, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you are with a reasonably accredited school and you are good at managing systems and you're good at talking with people, then I think art school can be very valuable. I will say the real value of art school is art connections, is the real value of art school. Just like with college, right? The real value of college is not really what they teach you. If it's just about what they teach you, I promise you, you can learn everything there on YouTube, right? Guaranteed, right? It's out there. It doesn't take a lot of work. The real question is that you need to find people who are willing to pay you, not really pay you, willing to introduce you to people who are willing to pay you, right? Yeah, and art especially is worth learning through experience, right? You have to physically do the work in order to make the art. A teacher is there to give you avenues of instruction to make it easier to get the experience you need to get better more efficiently, right? But like if you go to an art school, there's a good chance that you're, unless you know exactly what you want, it's not a good investment, right? Yeah, if you want to draw smut, there's no diploma for smut, unfortunately. That was one quick question. The other fast question was about what drawing tool I recommend. I actually have a very simple recommendation when it comes to a drawing tool. I recommend a paper and a pencil. That is the if you are a yeah, exactly. Yeah, Queen has it right. Or yeah, this is sort of in relation to the previous thing. You can have all the theory in your head. You can know everything, right? But even if you know everything, there's a certain point where it's just like you need to actually do work and practice, right? Um, I'll even go so far to say that like some of my students that I currently have in my art classes that I'm teaching right now, they actually know more about art than I do. Some of them are actually just more advanced than I am, right? However, what? However, they still come to my classes in large part because, well, I give them avenues of practice, right? And those avenues of practice are what help them to get better at art because they don't have the mechanical knowledge, even though they have the theoretical one. As for pencil and paper, I'm going to counteract what you say, Queen Kaiju, on that one. That's not true, right? Um, because it depends on how you draw, not on the actual pencil and paper itself, right? Because if
I'm a lefty. Well, I'm ambidextrous, but I draw left-handed.
yeah, because if you draw from right to left, right? So if you draw this way, then yes, because you are left-handed, right, you're going to make smudges of your work as you go across the page. That is true. However, if you draw right to left, right, then you're not going to be making smudges as you go. So that is a unironic skill issue. But it's actually dependent. Like you need to change. You can't draw in the direction that you learn how to read if you're doing pencil and paper. Is what I will say. If you're lefty, and again, this is only specific for pencil and paper. On a screen, it doesn't fucking matter, right? Right. Like on a screen, like you're not making any freaking smudge marks, right? So it's not a problem at all. It's fairly common because most people will draw the way they learned how to write, right? So like most people will draw from top left to bottom right is because that's how they learned how to write. It's instinctive, right? Which is why Queen Kaiju said what they said, because if you drew that way with your left hand, your hand is going to make smudge marks of all of this, right? It's pretty normal. It does require some training to overcome, but it is possible to overcome it. And anyways, why do I recommend pencil and paper? So why do I recommend those tools in particular? It is actually for a very simple reason. It's cheap. That's all there is to it. The most important thing, period, for getting better at art is that you practice. You need practice. You cannot get by and get better at art without practicing. And so that means you need a high volume of work in order to get better at something, right? For example, I'm going to show you all a photo of this year's, like not even like a previous year's, but like this year's, right? Work files, okay? So this is the amount of paper I go through on what is this, 5 months? We're 5 months into the year. This is how much paper I've gone through. Wait, no, this is not true. That's not true. This is a year. Sorry, this is a year and a half. This is a year and a half. I'm exaggerating slightly. This is a 1.5 years of practice work. All right. Right. And so, like, if you did this with canvas, so the expensive stuff that you use for oil paints and things, you're gonna fucking lose your mind because you're gonna run out of money so freaking fast.
Mm-hmm.
But this, how much does this cost? Well, this is like 4 or 5 stacks of computer paper. That's like $5 each, right? So that's $25 plus however much I paid in pencils, right? Which is probably gonna be like another $50, right? Over the course of a year, right? In comparison to buying a tablet that's really good, a good tablet is normally like $600 or at least $200, right? I'm still saving money, right? And so, like, even though that it sounds like a lot, it's still cheaper than the alternatives. Because what if you practiced using like color pencils? Well, color pencils run for like $10 a pack. Yeah. And I would say if you go, here's what the order of operations should be. You start with pencil and paper, all right? Because 1, it's cheap, and 2, it has texture. We're not going to talk a lot about that, but bear in mind your brain loves context. The feel of paper underneath your pencil does help you learn how to draw. I'm not going to focus on that, but bear in mind that is true. It is true that you get better at drawing if you have some amount of texture that your brain can help contextualize the information with. So we're moving past that. Unity, I'm so sorry. Are you okay, Unity?
Yeah, I'm here. I've just been listening to you.
Okay, making sure. I was like, wait, you used to be quiet. All right, focusing.
I'm very tired, so I'm just focusing on like you
Okay.
and not being super entertaining. I know that that's like blasphemous, but I have another at minimum 2 hours of this I gotta do. So I'm taking my moments to like chill and let you take the reins where I can.
All right, I will help where I can then. But yeah, after that first year or so of just using pencil and paper and like following like YouTube tutorials or what have you, or whatever, or books or whatever it is that you decide to use, or me, who knows, whatever it ends up being, after that is usually when I recommend getting a tablet. Because like, if you commit to something for a year, that's a statement that's like, okay, no, I want to do this, and then I think it's justifiable to spend a little bit of money on a tablet. Even then, I would personally recommend. Okay, this is one thing I will make sure I make a decision about. Right. So there's two types of tablets. There are tablets that don't have a screen, so no screen, right? And then there are tablets that do have a screen. All right. And here's what I say. For the first, when did I stop using a screen? I want to say in like 2019, so fairly recently, 2018, 2019, somewhere in that range. I was up until then, I was using a tablet that had no screen. So that means that your stylus is on your desk, right, where your pencil and drawing placement is, and your eyes are on your other screen, right? So your primary monitor and stuff, right? Yeah, 40 charcoal courses. Charcoal can be a lot. I agree. There's a lot of layering involved in that. Absolutely, you're right. Where was I at? So there's nothing wrong with these. In fact, I even praise them because if you want something cheap, go for this top option, right? Every almost universally, the option to have something without a screen is going to be a lot cheaper. You can get a fairly decent, like cheap little no screen tablet for like $40, right? It won't be massive, it won't have a ton of features, but hey, it's a working fucking tablet and it's cheap, right? Which is amazing, right? On the other hand, if you go for something down here, it's not that strange for this to be like in the 200 plus range, right? But at the same time, I will say it is so much better and a lot easier to draw when where you look is the same place as where you are drawing. There is a huge world of difference. It is night and day. I cannot overstress enough how big a deal it is. All right, in making your life easier in
Can
having
I
a
do
screen.
one thing real quick?
Fire away.
Friendly reminder to everybody that we are doing a subathon, and we only have an hour and 22 minutes left on the timer. It is currently day 2, and in order to add to the timer, you can donate through either bits or subs, or you can use the Ko-fi link / Throne links to get a little bit of bonus time. The prices have gone down quite a bit, if those have noticed that were here yesterday, because I breached my goal of 100 sub points earlier today, meaning that I am now eligible to negotiate with Twitch for better profit margins up to a higher percentage, so I figure as a reward for that, I would boost you up. And if you pay attention to the funny little bar at the bottom, you can see that we have a $500 goal, and if we reach it, I'll be adding in commissioning art for the Safe for Work version of the Dakimakura, which you can also find if you type in !Daki in the chat. The NSFW version is currently already out and available on Cuddly Octopus, but a Safe for Work version for some people, because it has been requested for a while. I'll make that if we get to that goal by the end of the subathon. There you go. I did my plug.
Nice. Brain time. But yeah, that was a whole pile of commissions, right? Now I'm about to get to the one that's gonna hurt my soul, and I know this one's gonna hurt my soul because every time I have this conversation, it hurts my soul. But I'm gonna do it anyways. I'm gonna do it because I was asked, right? How do I price my work? I don't like this question because the only correct answer is unfortunate. You don't. All right? And you might go, "What? What?" Your price is always not just about you, it's about what you and your clients agree to, right? But you don't exist in a vacuum, right? And so you exist in a dirty word, a very dirty word. I don't even want to say this word out loud because that's how dirty this word is, all right? This is a very scary word for a lot of people, all right, that can get people really upset. So I'm not going to say it, all right?
Why?
Because people are dumb. Notably, a lot of artists I've met are extremely sensitive about this. I've had people tell me, no, I am not a market. I am my own unique human being, and I'm the only consideration that has to be made when selling art. But that's just not true. If you've
They
ever,
themselves are not a market, but they're part of a larger market of all the artists and their commissions and their art styles and artwork.
yeah,
It's inevitable. We're in an industry.
yeah,
The moment you put a price tag on your art piece, you were part of a market.
yep, you got it. And so
Which
this
is
means,
exactly why anybody who donates more than $100 or more to my Ko-fi can make me draw whatever, no matter how long it takes me to make it.
but yeah, and so this is where you run into problems, right? So the first question you have to ask is what you are trying to make, how little, and yes, I'm going to say how little you are willing to work for, how long this price takes you, right? And then you have to ask, what does your competition look like, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because yes, your prices are not in a vacuum. They are relative to what other people do too, right? If someone can get an art piece in a time frame that they accept, right, at a price that they are willing to pay for, and in a subject matter that they enjoy, but they can get it the same thing from someone else, they might. If they run into that person, they like their prices better, or they like their art better, or whatever, they're gonna pay them instead of you, right? Uh, and so each of these has to have its own set of questions, right? So what you want to draw has to be a question of what you enjoy. All right. I need to state this clearly. If you do not enjoy the type of art that you are willing to be paid for, you should stop, because then you're going to turn it into a job, and then it won't be fun, right? Uh, Art is a very social job, right? You have to talk, especially if you're a freelance artist, right? You have to talk to people. You have to be very sociable with other people. If you don't like talking to people, I'm sorry, a freelance artist might be a bad job for you, right?
I love talking to people.
Yeah.
I'm
It's
gonna
not
kick so
required.
much. I'm gonna kick so much art ass when I get better. It's gonna be so good. It's gonna
And then
be
on
service with a smile.
a nice. And then you have to be drawing what you enjoy. For example, part of why I can charge what I do is because I enjoy a lot of things, right? I enjoy beef, right? On ladies, I enjoy boobies. I enjoy butts. I enjoy monster girls. I enjoy thick things. I enjoy combat, right? A big part of what I personally do is that I rotate subjects every month based on, yeah. I will say you can practice the skill of talking to people, right? Talking to people is a learned skill. You can practice, right? And I do know for a lot of people, it super duper helps that everything is via text, right? Because for the most part, if you're a freelance artist, everything will be over text. You're probably not going to be conversing with people over the mic. I do that a lot, but I'm a weirdo. I know I'm a weirdo. I don't
I'm
normally.
gonna do the same too because I'm so much better
Yeah,
at communicating over voice.
yeah. Most of us are. Most of us are better at talking than we are at typing, but talking's scary. So if mileage may vary, right? But
Hmm.
either way, it's important that you enjoy it, because if you don't enjoy it, you won't want to do it, right? Uh, Yeah, like a really big thing to think about is that you have to say that you're okay with doing someone else's idea, right? Because it's almost always going to be the commissioner's idea and not yours. There are exceptions, right? You have things like your character hears. You have things like group pictures. You have things like what is it? The like growth drives, right? It's not always the commissioner's idea, right? And there are tons of creative ways where you can bypass this problem entirely, right? There's tons and tons of them, more than I can possibly go over here, right? A good rule of thumb, though, if you like making art enough, you can sort of subdivide this by things that you do and don't enjoy. Make things that you do enjoy cheaper. Make things that you don't enjoy cost more cash. That is a really basic thing that I'm going to recommend. All right. Or at the very least, make things, if not cheaper, at the very least, a base price that satisfies you. Right. This is where that how little comes in. Right. What payment methods are good for artists? So that's actually kind of baked into this one, right? A little bit. Most of the time, people are probably going to pay you with the devil, PayPal, right? Now, if you do PayPal, there are some rules you must follow if you are doing not safe for work things. One, everything must be by invoice. You cannot allow them to send you a gift. Because if they send you a gift, they can put all sorts of weird taglines in that gift. Taglines that can get you and your PayPal account in trouble, and then you're not making any money anymore, at least via PayPal, right? You have to send the invoice. That way you can neutralize the terminology, all right? The most common term I will put on a thing is a character drawing. Hold on. So I'll put super neutral terminology like character drawing or character animation or drawing of a character as what they're paying me for. And I'm doing this way so that I don't get in trouble with various websites that are insisting that I'm not following their rules, right? PayPal is by and large the easiest site to use almost period. Most people have one because most people will get one low key because of Steam, right? If they have Steam, they probably have a PayPal, right? There's very good odds that if they have a Steam, they have a PayPal. Most people that you're going to run into on the internet have a Steam, so most people are going to have a PayPal. But there are alternatives. One major alternative that I'm going to recommend is actually directly via the website that you're hosting your art on. Very notably, DeviantArt, right? DeviantArt is kind of a goofy website at this point. Not everyone loves it. It's not very popular. However, they do have options for people to pay you directly for their commissions, right? It's not ideal. There is a wait time on your payments because there's time. What's the word? There's a wait time between when you get paid and when you actually get the money, which is unlike PayPal. PayPal, you just get your money right away. In DeviantArt, there's a 2-week wait time, right, which can make it really rough, right? Um, and a lot of websites that are like DeviantArt that allow you to host, right, are exactly like that. The way you send an invoice on PayPal is literally by using the invoice button. So on PayPal, if you open it up and if you log in, so obviously one you have to have a working PayPal login, right? So that's one of the duh. I don't know. People are weird sometimes. There's a literal button in the top row of quick access that's called invoicing, right? I'm gonna little screen. That's a quick question. There we go. Invoicing, right? That's what that looks like. Uh, I have a business account because I've been working with PayPal for a long time, right? Not everyone does. So yours might look a little bit different from what mine looks like. So do keep that in mind. But there is usually a quick button that you can push, right? They'll send invoices. Once you click on invoices, right, there's going to be a button near the top that says create new that you'll have to click. It'll look something like this, right?
Yeah, the saw Wolverine.
Mm-hmm. And then once you click that, well, then you'll have, and then this is where you control the information that the client sees. You never send the art piece through DeviantArt, through PayPal, because you never know what PayPal will do. You can attach a file through it. Don't do that, please.
I said absolute nonsense, and you said and kept going.
What did you say?
I said, yes, the saw boomerang. I said, oh, yes. I just wanted to see how you'd react. And you just went, and then moved on.
I took it for granted that you're tired. So I was just like, oh, this is sleepy Unity brain.
It was a little bit of sleepy Unity brain, but I was like, fuck it. First thing that comes to mind, go with it.
It worked. You got me, Unity. You got me. But yeah. From there, you'll see a bunch of steps, right? And you can just kind of follow them on your own. And PayPal could walk you through it. Where are we at? So we've talked about like what you draw. Again, it has to be something you enjoy. If it's not something you should enjoy, you should charge more. That's baseline. Which goes into taking a quick screenshot for who knows who. Then put this in Unity's direct message thing, and then if she wants to use this and spread this around, she can. All right. Let's clear our layers a little bit. So let's go into how little you charge. When I say how little, I very literally mean what is this. By the way, this is a linked question with how long. What is the minimum that you would accept payment for? All right. So, in order to know this question, even if you don't accept time payment, so regardless of whether you charge per piece or per hour, regardless of what the circumstances are for that, right? And by the way, I do both. Some of my commissions are per hour, some of my commissions are per piece. I do both, all right? Regardless of which one you choose, you need to know how long that will take you. All right? And here's why. Very early on into my DeviantArt career, I got into a massive, 30-page argument, unironically on DeviantArt, with a fairly low-level artist, right? They were telling me that I was charging too much. At the time, I was charging $30, right? For a full body is what I was charging at the time. And their argument was I was charging too much. And my counter argument was at the time, well, it takes me about a day to do a full body. So I would take $30 for a day. I mean, at the time I was a teenager, right? So $30 in a day was a lot of money at the time, right? Well, not teenager. I was, young adults, but still, right? I was 18, 19 range. So $30 was a lot of money for me back then, right?
Yeah.
So I was perfectly happy to do $30 for a whole day's of work, right? But they were like, you're charging too much. You should be like me. You're my skill level. You should charge $10. Now, both of us were doing something wrong. We were failing to ask a basic question, right? Is this something I am doing for money? If it is, then here's my postulate, right? Even if I was doing only 8 hours of work, right? Even if that's all I was doing, I could have gone right then and there to McDonald's to work for $7.50 an hour, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're at $7. So if I'm working for $7.50 an hour for 8 hours, that means that's $60, right? $60 for 1 day of work. You'll notice that is neither $30 or $10, right? I was working, unironically, for below minimum wage, right? Depending on where you are in the country and depending on your local laws, someone could unironically get in huge trouble for paying you less than minimum wage. The short answer is it depends. But some places, they require that if someone hires you for more than 20 hours of work, they are required to document whether or not they are giving you other benefits. They probably aren't giving you dental. So assuming they're not giving you dental, they must at least be paying you minimum wage or they could get in a lot of trouble. Now, this isn't everywhere. In fact, I would argue this isn't most places. Most places, what the fuck? We're a gig artist, right? We do what we want, right?
Mhm.
But it is a question that comes up periodically, so keep that in mind. But either way, if it's just about money and your goal is to make an income, you should have just gone and flipped some burgers. If your only goal with making art and selling your art was to make money, if that's your only goal, if you don't care about anything else, you don't care about the art you make, you don't really want to be making things pretty, you don't want to make things for your friends, you're not trying to make RPG characters, your only goal is money, and you're charging this amount for 8 hours of work, just go fucking flip burgers. Art is a bad job at that point. Right? And I know that's not very nice for me to hear. I know that's not very nice to hear and not very nice for me to say. But I'm trying to make sure that you spend your time wisely. If you are at the point where you're thinking of doing this, you might almost consider doing art for free at that point and just making sure that there's no attachment to money at all. Right? Because then the value is for you, and you are getting the value out of having fun for doing art. Right? But again, this is all based on how long did it take you. If you're doing art in like 45 minutes, well, frankly, almost anything is a good price for 45 minutes, right? If it takes you a 45 minutes to do a full body picture, right, with like all pretty and nice, really even if you're not charging by hour, even if you're charging by piece, even like $10 is actually okay. Well, why? Well, you're making more than minimum wage at that point, right? Or at least more than $7.50 an hour, right? By like a good chunk. Again, this is not the only consideration, but this is something you should keep in mind, right? Although I will say, there is a school of thought that you should charge something no matter what. Mostly to keep the weirdos away and to show that you care about your work. There is an argument that you should charge at least $10 and no less than that, because that keeps the weirdos away. Weirdo be gone. If you ever do art for free, or if you have personally ever done art for free, you'll probably know you get some weird motherfuckers really fast. And you get a lot of people who will treat you very badly, right? When you do art for free, if it's not for your friends, it's probably for random strangers on the internet. Random strangers on the internet do not value you particularly much, and they don't care about your feelings. They care about what they get. So when you make your artwork completely free and it's not for fun, it's not something you're doing out of personal enjoyment, you're going to suffer because you're going to get weirdos. So if there's any element of you that wants to do work for other people, charge at least $10. That's too low. I'm going to let you know now that unless you are a magician and you're doing that in under an hour, that's probably too low, right? But that's at least charging something. So that way, at the very least, you keep the weirdos away, right? But again, this all goes back down to, are you okay with the minimum? What are you okay with? How little are you willing to accept? Right? So like what's a good example? I already did the 10 for 20, right? Any amount is okay as long as you're okay with it. That's really the bottom line.
Mhm.
Right? And I kind of went on the big rant about like there's a certain point where you should just work for minimum wage and go flip burgers instead, right? You should just go to that 7.50, 15, whatever an hour, right? Like you don't have to start that way, right? You can, again, just to keep the weirdos away, you can just say a flat $10 just to keep weirdos away. But this is something you should keep in mind. They should always be trying to work above what is a minimum wage for you, right? Where possible. All right. Which leads into competition. So I sort of hinted at this earlier, right? And I think Queen was still here. I see that Queen is streaming now, so she may not be able to hear this all that well. But I'll try and make sure I emphasize, right? This is something that we started talking about but didn't finish on. Competition is a major driving factor, right? For all of this, right? Selling pieces and prints, I can come back to that. Yeah. I can come back. I can circle back around to that. I want you to imagine you're at a convention, right? So there are, let's say, just 8 of you. It's a very small convention, right? It's a very small convention. These people are not necessarily your competition. Because let's talk about how this conventions work. You're going to have one group of people going on this direction and one group of people going in that direction. Some people will cycle and they'll do both. Right? So let's say you're at a convention. This is what's happening, right? Already, you notice you're not really competing with both halves at all times. You're competing with the people that are next to you in your half, assuming you're doing a convention, right? We're not talking online art yet. We're going to come back to that, right? In a convention, let's say that you charge 20, the person next to you charges 10, the person on the end charges 160, and the person on this end charges another 10. All right? So you are the $20 person, right? $20 for a print. You are in competition with the two of these people. You are not in competition with the person that's selling for 160. Why? Because they are actually in a completely different market from you. All right? The people that are looking for deals are different from the people who are looking for the highest quality possible. All right? So you should know, right? So this person that's in green, this 160 price point person per piece, is not in your market at all. All right? The only people you're competing with are these other two. They're on your side of the aisle that are charging less than you are, or around your price. So now it's going to come into two things. Who did they see first, right? And who or what did they like more? If your prices are the same. If all three of you were $10, the person who is going to make the money is going to be the person that was seen first, that they like their artwork the most, if the prices are the same. If they're not the same, they have to either A, saw your work first, or B, have to like it much more than the other people. It's not twice as much, even though the price is twice as much, right? But they have to like your art more, right? Than the other people next to you. So this means most of the time in a convention, the person that gets seen first is the person that will get paid, because usually at a convention, most people are around equal in skill. Most conventions will filter you out before you even start selling, right? What those conventions will do is that they'll ask you to send in a portfolio. You send in your portfolio, and if they like your art, or at least think it's comparable to everyone else, they'll agree to let you in. Or they're dicks and they just let everyone in. One of the two. Assuming that you're about equal in skill with everyone else, which again is fairly normal for a convention, because again, you're not this motherfucker down here who can charge like double or even 10 times what you're charging, right? You're not competing with that person, right? You're competing with the people that are around your skill level, right? Because they are at a different price point than because you're at their price point, most of the time, if they see you first, they're gonna buy your art. And if they like it, assuming they like it, right? This is part of why, if you're ever at a convention, you're like, how come the corner pieces, so these corner set slots right here, how come they cost like twice as much as the other ones? That's actually why. Because being seen first is such a big deal for actually getting your art sold, most conventions will charge more for corner pieces because you're more likely to be seen first, right? You're very literally going to get more traffic than everyone else. Right? Which leads to what Ohada asked about. Okay, well, if I need to think about my competition and price myself like my competition to be fairly priced, and knowing that there are people that are not your competition because they are not like you and they are not producing the type of artwork that you're trying to make, right? Well, what if I try and sell original pieces? Well, now you are competing with that $200 person if you're trying to sell originals, right? If you aren't selling prints, if you're selling your original works, you are saying my original work is so valuable, right, that you are willing to dump loads of cash to get to me, right? So originals almost always cost a lot more than everything than prints. Almost always, right? If they don't, it's because the person that's selling them is a lunatic, right? Because they can't get that back. Once they give you an original, right, from traditional art, there is no copy of that. There's no photo that you can have that's exactly the same thing, right? It's lost forever, right? So now, because you say I'm selling traditionals, you are now competing with that elite artist, right? Who is selling that crazy high price point. So if you're going to even try, you need to go to a convention, go to a con, and look around and see what your local area looks like for selling those originals, because I can't tell you a price, right? Because here's a thought. I have sold originals, and I'm not kidding with this number, by the way, for $2,440. All right? That is a very real number. That is what I myself personally have done. All right? I am asking, when you price yourself for for those ridiculous numbers, and again, remember, all of these are ridiculous numbers, right? Even the $200 is a ridiculous number, right? This is just my record, right? Like $150 to $200 is way more normal, right? You're saying that you can compete, right, with these crazy bastards, right? Is what you're saying, right? And a scanner works if it's an 8.5 by 11. If it is a regular size piece of paper, right, an 8.5 by 11, or if it is something that otherwise fits inside of however big your scanner is, right? If it fits, it fits. Frankly, you're probably looking at more like 80 to 150, right? What I'm discussing are big pictures, right? Like here is a regular human being, right? And here is the size of the canvas that I made for that person. That was the original, right? That's what I'm talking about when I say $200 to $2,000 is what I'm saying when I do that, right? Obviously, if you have something that fits, frankly, if you have something that fits into a standard, I'll be fairly startled if you can sell that as an original. That's fairly unusual, right? It is possible, right? It is possible to sell something that fits in your normal home scanner with an original for an original's price. However, you're probably a god at that point of art, right? If you're selling for those ridiculous prices. Again, I need to be very clear that these prices need to be adjusted by whatever happens in your local area, because again, you'll notice how far back we go. I can't go that far back, never mind. Again, you'll remember, right? Your actual competition is the people who are in your price range, right? So when you go into a higher price range, you need to be at least as good as all those other motherfuckers that are at that price range, right? So that's the important thing to think about. So if you don't know who is selling at that price point, you can't sell at that price point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who's a great example? Fellatrix. I'm going to assume that all of you know who Fellatrix is. Does everyone here not know who Fellatrix is? I can't show their art on here.
I don't.
They do porn, right? Right. Fellatrix has routinely done something crazy, and we're about to talk. We're not about to talk. We're transitioning from. Hold on. I should clarify. All of that before, everything we previously talked about was for conventions, or otherwise known as IRL. That's what all of this stuff I was talking about previously was about. Now, I'm going to talk about online. When we talk about online art, you need to know that you are entering into a completely different world when you start selling art here. All right? Because first and foremost, let's talk about the extremes. Most of the extremes I've talked about before, right? Yes. Yes, and yes, you should. Yeah. A pen, a print, and a bookmark should all cost different amounts because they are all different markets. So you're competing with different things, right? So if you're selling pins, if you're selling a print, if you're selling a bookmark, those are literally different products that require different materials to manufacture, and they require different formats. So your art literally has to be formatted differently. So yeah, they have to be different. Absolutely. But let's talk about Bellatrix, right? Again, we're talking about a very extreme example, right? I think it's fair to say that Bellatrix is at the very least a good deal more famous than most people will ever get, right? I need to refresh my page real quick. Something's wrong.
What's going on?
It wasn't working. It happens sometimes. So let's talk about Bellatrix, all right? So if you've never paid attention before, you probably missed that this even happens, all right? Bellatrix, fun fact, does comms, commissions even sometimes. Many people don't know that they even do this, all right? They have routinely sold $1,000 commissions for 4 slots. And they are sold out literally within 30 minutes. This is not normal. Right? This is not what you should aspire to. I am showing this person first so I can set the ground rules. This is absurd. This is something that happens when you have 2 things. One, you have a good, high quality, right? That is instantly recognizable. You need to have developed a multi-year brand, right? So when I say brand, I mean very literally someone has to be able to tell you apart from everyone else, right? So I'm going to just put multi-year, right? Your art has to be ridiculously recognizable, right? No one else could make that apart from you, right? And then you need numbers, big numbers, right? You need thousands of followers, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of followers to make stuff like this possible, right? You are not Bellatrix. You can't do this, right? You should not aim for this. It will drive you insane. Let's talk practical reality about your competition. Bellatrix is not your competition. Just like with convention art, your competition is not these crazy motherfuckers who do this $1,000 art. Right? Your competition is people who can draw at your level. That means a couple of things. You need to observe how many people follow them. You need to observe how quickly, so the speed that they make art and the speed that they successfully close commissions, right? Or rather, when they are no longer accepting art, right? Consistency, if you prefer, right? And you need to think about what they can make, right? In other words, is what they make the same as what you make? And what is the quality like relative to that? Right? This is all part of competition. Reminder, we're talking about competition, right? Because this is going to be a really major factor in how you price your work. How you doing over there, Unity? You doing okay?
Yeah. I'm doing alright. I'm hanging in there.
Stop me if you want to take over again, or if you want to move on.
I would like to allow you to do your spiel because this is going to be immortalized. I would like to ask if it would be okay if I could go use the bathroom and I'll let you continue without me for a little bit while I use the bathroom.
Go potty. Go potty.
Yeah.
I got you. I can run you for a bit. So I'm going to give you all a fairly personal example. All right. Let me go grab one of my who's a great example of what I'm talking about. Oh, I know who I need to go grab. I need to go grab No d3damage. All right. So, Node is one of my students. All right, so I'm gonna. Hi, Pocky. Did you? Hello. Where is it? Try and find something that won't get Unity in trouble first. Okay, here we go. So, I want Node is another extreme. All right, because Node does the same things that I do. All right, so I need to make sure I say that. Right. Node is also a speed painting artist. All right, so we draw the same things. Right, we both draw muscle art and we both do muscle art speed paints. We're both doing that. All right. Something that he is better at than me, right, is animations. He can animate like no one's business. He's super freaking good at it, right? He is probably the best muscle animator that's out there right now. All right, he's really freaking good. Okay, at what he does. And so, when you're thinking about this guy, right? I have to say, can I animate as well as Node? And if so, right, where's my proof? I need proof. I need documentation. I need to show that. It can't just be my opinion. All right. I need to be able to say if someone's looking around for 100, let's say someone is doing 6 per hour. I will note this right now. That 60 per hour price point that I charge for animations, for regular art, I don't charge that for animations. Why not? Because that's what Node charges. Node's better than me at animations for the animations. I can't charge the same thing that he does. No one would ever pay me, right? If I were to charge more than what he pays, the 60 an hour, not only would no one pay me, I'd be laughed off of DeviantArt, right? It would be ridiculous. I'm saying that I am more valuable or as valuable as the literal best person at this thing. You can't do that when you are selling your art. This is where competition comes in very fiercely, right? If what you do is the same as someone else, then you have to ask if you can do it as good as, better, or worse than them. And you need to think about not just them, but the entirety of the market, right? You need to look at everybody that does that same type of project. For example, I can't show this person on here, can I? I don't want to get Unity in trouble. Hello, Luna Broadway VT. I am temporarily filling in. I am your local shark. Hi. Can I show any of this person's work? Nope, it's basically all lewd and all nude. Right, I can't show any of it. All right. If I'm sure that at least some of you know who this is, though. All right. So let's switch tactics a little bit. Let's switch tactics. All right. Okay. So I mentioned numbers, right? Well, how do I prove that I'm as good as or better than this person? A really basic level, right, is that you do for real need to know how many followers you have. Hello, Pocky. Can I show you the prices I was thinking to use when streaming? You can put them somewhere. I don't know who this is. If you have me in my DMs, then feel free. If you don't have me in your DMs, send it to Unity, and I'm sure she'll get it to me. Right? But again, I will say I don't know what your prices should be because of the 4 factors I talked about before, right? Like, you need to find out what your prices are because they're not random. You have to be okay with whatever the minimum amount is. You have to be okay with the type of work that you're making. You have to enjoy what you're making. If you don't, you need to charge more. Auntie has your prices? Unity? Okay. So yeah, then just whenever Unity becomes available, I'm sure she'll get them to me. So you can kind of look at that a little bit. Yeah, she's busy. as they say. But yeah, there's so many different things that go into like your pricing that like I physically can't give you. Got it. Other anti Luna, good to know. But yeah, I physically can't tell you your prices. I don't know what you're trying to do, right? I would have like I am very knowledgeable about my market, right? My market is muscle, right? Is what my market is, right? Specifically, muscles that are large to a fetish degree, right? Even more specifically, right? I'm talking about my specific body shapes that I do when I'm doing muscle, right? This the size. I am absolutely a flexible artist who does all sorts of body shapes when I'm working, right? So my market is extremely broad. I'm open and willing to do many things, but my market is probably not your market, right? So, for example, I was talking about about Node earlier, right? Well, I will be frank. I have a few people, right, that follow me, right? I don't really have that many. As far as internet artists go, I'm fairly small. Well, that's not true. I'm a mid-sized artist. That's more accurate. I'm a mid-sized artist, right? I have 5.3K people following me, and that's just on DeviantArt, right? No Dagama, right? My work wife, right? If you see me streaming on a Tuesday or a Thursday and it's not with Unity, I'm probably streaming with Node, right? Node is my work wife, right? Node is someone that I spend a lot of my time with, right? This is someone I deeply cherish, all right? They have fewer page views than I do and fewer deviations, but they have more watchers. That is actually a really big indicator, right, of what I need to be looking out for, right? You should be aware that there are ranges of watchers, right, that will alter, right? Because again, there's one rule from there is a rule from conventions that falls over to real life. Whoever people find first that they like is going to be the person that gets their money. Most of the time, the person with more followers is going to be the person with that people see first most of the time. So most of the time, the person with more followers can charge more. All right? That should be the first thing that you keep in mind. Right? When you're talking about your level and deciding if what you're doing is, right? If someone is currently around your ballpark, right? So they have, let's say in my, let's look at me, they look like 5K, right? And they are charging $80 for, you know what? Let's say something ridiculous. Let's say something like, what's something that I wouldn't charge someone? $400 for a single piece. If they have the same number of followers that I'm doing, and they are the same quality, right? Like so, every other factor is the same, right? And I can prove that they're the same, right? And again, proof is important, right? You can't just use your fifis, right? If I try and say that I am as good as someone else, right? And I'm only going off of my personal taste, I'm probably gonna be wrong. And you might go like, well, how? Why? Well, like quality is in the eye of the people that are paying you and the people that are following you, right? Of course, you like what you do, right? You're the artist. You're probably the person that should be the most in love with your art, or at very least in the top 20 or top 100 or whatever, right? Of course, you like what you do and think you're as good as those people, right? But if you can't prove it, if you can't show documentation saying, hey, my casual art pieces are getting the same feedback, right? Then you really can't say that, right? So if you look at, then we're looking at documentation here. Real casual like Pokemon picture from this from my best one of my best friends, right? Literally like one of the people that like I'm going to put the what's the word? What's the word that I'm looking for? if I have a wedding anytime soon, I'm flying this person out to my wedding, right? That is the level of friendship I have with this person, all right? So if I compare random Pokemon art, right? Of like, not this is a different character, so let's be this is different, right? Our numbers are different, right? At a glance, our numbers are different, right? I have very reasonable documentation that says even though we make the same type of content, he's higher quality than me, right? So that means most of the time, if people are given the option between the two of us, if we were the same price, they would just go to him instead, right? And the only reason they wouldn't is if he's not taking commissions right now, which, pro tip, neither me or Node ever close because of this next one. I put speed here, but really what I mean by that is speed and consistency. All right? People know that they are going to get a quality product when they pay me. And they know I'm not going to beat around the bush and give them the runaround. If you ever say to someone, hey, I'll get your art in 1 week, but then it takes 1 year, you should know you are hurting yourself forever. Every single time where you communicate to somebody that it's going to be a one time frame and then it takes longer than that, you hurt yourself in that person's eyes and they will never go to you again. That is something you should keep in mind, right? So if you look at someone who is at your quality and they are slower than you and less consistent than you, well, then that means that you can charge more. Thank you for the hydrate, by the way. I will take that hydrate in Unity instead. Ah, thank you. I appreciate you. Nah. Right? And why can you charge more for being fast and consistent? Well, it turns out that makes you reliable. Can I do an ada ada? I don't know if I can. Huh. Ada ada. I tried, chat. I'm sorry. Unhigh your drate, rough. Don't worry, I'll make sure that Unity knows. I won't let her leave without doing it for you guys. All right, so reliable. Right? Being reliable, someone that they know that they're going to get the artwork is incredibly valuable. If someone knows for a fact that if they pay you on Tuesday, that they will get their art the same day, people are ecstatic about that. People love knowing that they're going to get their work. If you've ever wondered why AI art took off so fast for so many people, it's because so many artists are unreliable. Unreliable artists are the cause of things like AI art, and they're taking over some jobs, right? There are tons of artists that are incredibly unreliable when it comes to their work. It is fairly normal, so normal that I get people that are flabbergasted, right? Whenever they commission me, right? It is normal for people to see that you paid them in February and they don't get their artwork until September, right? So like a 7+ months of waiting, right? If they're lucky, they'll get flaked on. They'll be told that they're working on it, and then the artist does no work because they go off and play video games instead, right? Or they'll fucking they'll tell them that they can do an art piece, and then they start drawing and they realize they can't. They literally don't know how to draw whatever it is they're being asked to draw, right? Like I straight up tell people, I'll be like, hey, you want me to draw a tank? Yeah. I'm going to let you know right now. This is my First time drawing a tank, it's going to take a little bit longer than normal. And they say, okay. And as long as I'm communicating with them, it's fine. But I will show you what most artists will do. The ones that like don't get paid very well, and the ones that like can't make this a living, right? Bear in mind, you all need to understand there's a stereotype of a starving artist. Most of that stereotype comes from bad behavior from artists, right? It turns out that if you pay for a cheeseburger and you don't get a cheeseburger, you get salmon steak, that's cool and all, but you didn't fucking pay for salmon, you paid for a cheeseburger. Where the fuck is my cheeseburger? Right? And artists have the same problem, right? Where they'll go, well, they paid me for a tank, but I don't really know how to draw a tank. So I'm just gonna kind of put it off, right? I'm just gonna go away, right? I'm not gonna draw on it. I'm not gonna talk to them. I'm not gonna tell them that I'm not gonna tell them anything. I'm just gonna kind of disappear and hope they forget. Man, it would be a shame if they had some kind of invoice, right, that they can use to ask for a refund. Oh, wait, they should. Because if you're being responsible, and if you're doing your part, you should be making sure that they are getting an invoice. They should get one. Because as a reminder for you to make sure that you understand that you are being paid to do a job by someone and you need to do that job. And of course, bear in mind, I understand that there are extenuating circumstances, right? I understand, like, grandma died. I completely understand. Fucking tell people. You have to tell them that, like, you are unable to work. Frankly, I usually recommend that if you can't do their work, give them the refund or just flat out offer it, right? Because here's the biggest trick to all of this. Every single thing that you do when you're selling your commissions has to be towards building a community. All right? This is where all of your money as an online artist comes from. Well, I appreciate that. All right? All of your money is going to come from people that love your work and love you, right? People, it turns out, if they don't like your work, they don't pay. Who could have imagined? Frankly, if they don't like your work, you're probably never even going to hear from them most of the time, unless it's some jerk off that's going to tell you in the comments, this is kind of ugly. That's maybe the most you'll ever interact with them. But as a business, your ultimate goal is to build a community. So your goals are to have a fair price, right? Have good quality, right? Make sure that you turn your artwork on time, all right? At the very least, that you're consistent, right? You don't have to be fast. You don't have to be fast. I need to make sure I make that clear. You don't need to have a 24-hour turnaround time, but you have to be able to tell your commissioner, hey, your artwork is going to be done this day. They need to know. And if they don't know, that's a problem. That's really bad on every level. Right? You don't necessarily have to talk to them. Well, oh, poor Unity. Oh, no. I would stop her stream for her, but I don't know how to do that. Oh, no. Ah, where are we at? Yeah. And so that's where, again, your level comes in. All right? Because the truth is, you are also not made of unlimited time. This surprises people sometimes. So I need to make sure that I emphasize this. You are not Walmart. All right? You are not some big brand corporation with 1,000 people behind you. All right? You can't do everything. You have to value your time. And I'm going to assume you want to value your time. I'm going to assume you want to play video games. I'm going to assume you want to go and you want to go masturbate. You want to play video games. You want to watch a movie. You want to hang out with your friends. Maybe if you have a good relationship, then you want to hang out with your family, right? You have things in your life that are valuable to you. You are not Walmart. You can't just say, "Hey, little Billy," right? Billy, will you take $7.50 so you can draw this art piece for me? You don't have that capacity, right? This is part of why it's so important to actually give yourself a price and try and price fairly and try and think about your level when you're pricing, right? You are not Walmart, right? You have agency. You have to be able to say, this is not acceptable. I can't do the work for free. I can't add on work for free. I can't make other people do the work for me. Right? Crazy important. So now that we've talked about all of this, right? We've talked about a little bit about quality, or at least eyeballing quality. Hold on, no, I haven't really talked about quality. Hold on, let me do that real quick. I should say, when I say quality, right? When I say quality, I really mean internal to the subject matter and relative to what people who follow you for. For example, I am quite good at what I do. I am very consistent, right? However, I do not have a very large following for fat pictures, right? Oh, postures. Ow. Ah, my spine. How do you people know? What is this? What is this black magic? How do you know? Ah! You're right, though. Where's that? So, what's the word? Hold on, I should be more neutral, right? I am what I would call okay at drawing fat art, right? I'm familiar with it. I understand the mechanics of it, but I am no legend, right? I am not a legend of the fat community. No one knows who the fuck I am, right? And so even if my quality level is high, it is not something. Puss in Boots in bio. That's great. No, I love that. You're not wrong, by the way. It is definitely worth noting that a certain amount of your, especially if you're on Twitter. Oh, I gotta talk about Twitter, don't I? Fuck, I hate talking about Twitter, but sorry, X, right? But I gotta talk about X, right? If I'm gonna make any of this clear, we're gonna come back to it though. Relative to my quality or to my follower count, I have a high quality for something that people don't follow me for. People do not follow me for my fat art; they follow me for my beef, right? Right. When people think of me, they don't think of wow, what a cool fat artist. They think wow, what a cool beef artist, right? All that muscle and stuff, right? That cow stuff, right? Twink.com, I see. And so this means that like even if my quality is good, because my follower count for that type of material isn't there, I'm probably never going to be commissioned for this type of art at the prices that I normally sell for, right? Absolutely medium rare, but I would argue that I'm also well done some of the time, you know. And so because the people that follow me aren't following me for the fat content, I'm basically never going to get commissioned for that if I keep my prices the same. In order to convince anyone that they want me to do fat art for them, I probably need to either A, find people who will, in other words, make more of that content, because that's required, right? In order to get followers who like my fat art, I need to go out and make more fat art so that they will follow me for that content, right? And in turn, eventually, I'll have the right numbers so that I can charge my current prices, or I need to give a discount, right? There's not really a lot of ways around that, right? If I want people to pay me for something that isn't normally what I draw and isn't part of my community, I need to offer something to encourage it, right? You got to understand how normal this is for me too, by the way, right? Like all the time, right? I will decide, you know what? I really, really, really want to draw what's a great example from recently that won't get Unity in trouble. Oh, I know. I want to do character design. All right. Character design is a lot of fun for me, right? I love designing characters, right? It's a passion of mine. It's something that I could do this right for days, right? Easy peasy, right? But there's a problem, right? If if I design characters, right, with the intent that takes time, right? Right? It's not easy, right? It's tough. You got to think about what they want. You got to fuse in this case those were character fusions, right? So they were giving me characters and saying, "Hey, combine these characters and make something new." All right? I can't charge what I would normally charge if it was just by hour. If it was by hour, they basically got me for 6 hours work, so it'd be $360. That's a lot of cash for when you don't even know what you're going to get, right? So what do I do instead? I literally offered a discount, right? Both of these were $120. Again, compare, right? So you compare that to the 6 hours that it normally would have cost them, right? So the $360, $120 is a huge steal in comparison, right? And that's one of the things you just kind of have to do, right? If you know you are offering something that is not your norm, or it's something, okay, one of two things. If either A, it's not your norm, or B, it might be your norm, but it takes a lot of work, right? Then you need to think about like what you're willing to do to work for those prices, right? Or to work for that content, right? Like content takes time, content takes development, you know? It's not as simple as just I have this price. Your prices should change, and they should probably change routinely, right? For example, for the longest time, this was my prices. For a very long time, I was $20 for a sketch, right? Then it was $30 for ink. Sorry, that's not true. It was 60 for ink, 60 for ink, right? And then it was 80 for colors, right? That was just my prices. Period. Is what it was for the longest time. And part of the reason why was because I was just getting into internet art, and for the people that were at my skill level, this is what everyone charged, right? Literally, that's all I did. Everyone charged this price for the longest time. However, eventually my skill level improved, right? I decided that I really liked working on pencil sketches, and I wanted to make it funny, right? So now pencil sketches are $69, right? Inks are 100. Colors vary because I split up colors into different things that take more work, right? Oh, did it automatically generate it? Someone Chromatic Cuttlefish donated something Unity. I don't know if you saw that. I just want to make sure that you know it. I'm sure that you're listening. So they donated something, but I didn't see the timer change. So I'll hope that you can fix that when you get back. Right? I changed out the colors into different types of work based on what made sense. Right? Oh, they did. No way. That's awesome. Hey, yo. Nice. And where were we? So colors, right. So we have different tiers, right? I have a different category for speed paints versus people that want sketch plus ink plus colors, right? Got it. Okay, good stuff, right? What is it? Right. And why do I charge these different amounts? Why did my prices go up? Well, because I got better at those things, right? And I was just worth more, right? You just kind of have to do those things. Because if you don't, right, here's kind of what happens around you. All right, let's talk about what happens around you. All right. One, you can't charge the same amount, right, for something that takes you 1 hour versus something that'll take you 10. All right. You have to price those differently. That's part of why, like, okay, like this is an extreme example, right? But if you look at most artist commissions, you'll see some variation of like the amount of body they're drawing. So you'll see something like what is it? Like headshot, right? And then you'll see like busts and waist up and then full body, something like that, right? And across the top you'll see something like sketch, ink, cells, yada yada. You'll see some combination of that, right? I didn't do this, but it is reasonable because depending on how you work, these can be different amounts of work, right? I'm personally of the opinion that if you're drawing a headshot, you should give as much detail as if they were drawing a full body, but maybe I'm the crazy one. Who knows? Who knows? Best purple. Damn. Nice. Also, Unity. I don't know if you can see. Someone told me that they gave you something because they wanted me to look at their prices. Again, I am leery of doing that because again, I don't mind helping people figure out what their prices should be, but I will tell you that so much of it is based on information that you should know, not me, right? That's what I should say about that. Like that's why I'm saying all this the way that I'm doing. That's why I'm trying to like I'm giving examples from me, not because I think I'm the best example. That's not why I'm telling you this, right? Rather, I'm telling you that because without knowing more about your situation, I can't give you better advice, right? Okay, I see. All right. Um, I will help you, Pocky. No problem, Pocky. I can help you out, right? So let's talk a little bit about. So what did you do? You did sketch, and then from sketch you did colored lines. Okay, interesting. Fair enough. Sketch. Up. Up. And colored lines. What else do we got here? And then a full render. Okay. Okay. And then you said you're going to do 20 for a sketch, plus 10 for extra character. Okay. Oh, okay. Bold and spicy. 40 for a colored line. Okay. With 15 for an extra character. Okay. Plus 10 for a background. And then full render is going. You said it was going to be 60 plus 20 per extra character, extra, and then plus 20 for a background. Okay. Um. Oh hey! Wow. Nice subs. Very nice. You an angel over there. Full stop. You an angel. Okay. I see the art. What do we got that's good? What do we got that's awkward? Okay, so let's start with this. So again, the very first thing I have to say is this. One, you should never make a discount for extra characters unless you are deliberately trying to encourage extra characters, right? Because again, you are not Walmart. All right? This character this extra character will probably take as much time, right, as the first character. So this means you are doubling your work. You are not Walmart. If you are being paid for double the work, you should receive double the pay, right? So I would strongly recommend at the very least for your characters, make those cost the exact same amounts. Because again, this is not free. Right? Right? That is a good art piece, to be fair. I like that. It's cute. I like it. All right. So whenever and for the backgrounds, I would argue you do you, right? Because the how hard the backgrounds are is entirely up to you, right? Because like at a glance, I would say for a flat background with line art, I think it's perfectly reasonable to charge these amounts again if it took you somewhere between like an hour or less for those backgrounds, right? I can't tell you to charge more because I don't think you'll get more, is what I will say for those backgrounds. Right? Now, again, here's where we come into I don't know your market. As much as I want to, because your base prices for what I see your art being made of look completely reasonable to me. That I see no issues with these whatsoever. Right? The real trick is how do they compare to people who are doing what you're doing, right? And right, how do their follower counts compare? Because that matters a little bit, right? Because again, it's about who sees who's first. Your followers are probably to see you first, so a bigger follower count probably makes it more likely that the people that you want to see you will see you first. Right? It's kind of that tiers of information that we're talking about, where I just don't have that info, and hopefully you do, right? But I would say at a glance, for what Unity showed me, I think this is all perfectly reasonable, right? Just bearing in mind, I don't know what your competition looks like. And I don't know how long this stuff took you. I'm not saying you always need to price by hour. That's not what I'm saying. You can totally price by bulk. That's right. Like I just did, right? I just showed you an example where I personally charge by bulk. Right? But you should have an idea of like how long things take you. That way you have an idea of like if it's fair for you, right? Versus just going to go flip burgers. Right? What else can I say about this prices? Really, the only thing I really take exception to is the extra character pricing. That's really the only thing that bothers me about what you did that I would recommend changing. Because again, you're not Walmart. You don't have a team of random like 19 to 50-year-olds behind you that are willing to do your beck and call. Right? You're by yourself, and since you're by yourself, you can't give discounts on things that are extra work unless you deliberately want to go out of your way to draw those. Right? How would I incorporate a cost of materials? That probably won't show up for the commissioner most of the time. There are exceptions. All right. So if it's pencil and paper, oh, by the way, I will give this to Unity, I guess, just so she has. Hi, Unity.
Hi.
Welcome back. You're alive. You okay?
Yeah, I'm back.
Welcome back, Unity.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Let me pull out my calculator.
Yeah, I gave it to Unity, right? So you can grab it at your leisure, right? And again, bearing in mind that like these are my price. I'm saying at a glance, if you are okay with being paid those amounts, then I think they are reasonable prices, right? The only thing I didn't like was that you tried to give a discount, right? I do in fact have artist handwriting. I have what I like to call dyslexia.
This is my handwriting.
Makes it harder. Where are we at? How to incorporate cost of materials. What I will say is that if you're using pencil and paper, don't. Right? Pencil and paper is so cheap that you really shouldn't incorporate that into your cost, right? Because, like, let's say you buy a really nice, like, drawing journal for like $20, right? That has like 60 sheets in it. You're gonna make that back by the time you get through the end, right? You're gonna use all that paper eventually. Oh yeah, dyslexia affects a lot of things. um, if you, right? What was I talking about? Right, pet stuff. If you're being active and you're selling commissions routinely, you're gonna go through all that paper eventually. You're gonna make back that cost of $20 fairly consistently, right? Oh, Unity.
Yeah.
Some people did a Ohada got an ara earlier. I tried my best, but I don't got
I
your
think
voice.
I think that's gonna be my signature.
It's nice. I like it.
It's Unity, but oh, you know what? I should capitalize it.
Yes, that would make it even better. Ah, Pocky, I've been called out. Oh, my back. hmm Now, the trick being, right? This is pencil and paper. Again, in pencil and paper, don't charge it. You're gonna make the cost back fairly consistently, right?
Mm.
If you are working at a good rate, right? Again, this comes back into the if you're selling for let's use our little buddy, our little a little Pocky here as an example, right? If you're charging 20 per piece, right, for a sketch, right, and you get 60 sketches, right? Well, then you've cleared a really casual like one blah 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 10 600 one wow, why can't I math right now? Oh my gosh. 1,200 there. Is that correct? 600? Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. So double check my calculator. Yeah. So like you've more than made back the price of that $20 sketchbook if you're doing that 20 per hour. So even at 20 per, it's fine. But if you're charging like 5 per, all right, well, you're assuming that you're getting the same amount of work. You made about $300, which, like, I don't know about you, that basically covers like one bill, right? And doesn't even like it'll cover one bill with maybe a little bit left over to buy one more sketch pad and no pencils, right? So that's your mileage will vary very harshly on that. However,
$300 covers your bills where you live. That's fucking awesome.
a bill, one bill.
Okay, one bill. That makes more sense.
Yeah, versus like 20 for 60, like that will cover bills, plural, right? Like $1,200 will cover bills, plural, right? 3 to 4, depending where you live, 3 to 5, depending where you live, right? If you're really unfortunate, 2 to 5, right? It won't cover rent. Rent is usually about that much, or rent,
Out of
right?
curiosity, what's rent over where you're at?
It depends. If you're going for like a really dinky, like literally covered in like fleas and cockroaches, it's like $500.
Holy shit, that's cheap.
Oh yeah,
You couldn't
you
get
can
a
get really cheap
shoebox over here for that cheap.
Mm-hmm. It goes about up to what's the most I've seen? I think I saw 1,900 is what I saw in my local area. It's like a really nice apartment.
And I'm sorry, you said there was an ara, so let me a second. Ara. And then I can do another one even better. Ara. There we go. Sorry about that. I really should be using my vocal trained voice more. I don't know why I stopped.
Does that say 7 hours? Holy shit!
We've been streaming for 10 hours.
Wow.
Or, well, I've been streaming for 10 hours. You've been streaming with me for about 5. 4.
Yeah, I saw. Definitely a little bit longer than I planned, but it's okay. I'm happy to help.
Honestly, D3, this is proof
Mhm.
that you're going to absolutely kill it. You've had a platform of about 30 people that has been you've consistently gripped and enthralled with your knowledge and your skills, and I think that it's wonderful.
Thank you. Uh praise. Thank you. Magma Studio is really fun, by the way. Fun fact: me and Node used to do collab streams like to draw on the same time on the same canvas all the time using Magma Studio.
Which one of us can draw Samus faster?
Uh, Among Us is my counter argument. Wait, focusing, brain. Um, right. However, if you are doing what's it called? If you're doing painting or charcoal work that requires way more expensive materials, then you probably should include the cost inside of it, right? So like if you buy a canvas that costs what's a what's the price for a canvas right now? You know what? I haven't looked in a while. Let me look. So what's the price of a canvas? In let's say Michaels, right? Michaels is a pretty common place, right? A lot of people have a Michaels nearby that they can use. So a 20 pack for $35. That's a what size is that? Oh, it's an 8x10. Yeah, you're fucking using an 8x10. What are you using? You're probably using like what? Like a 16x20, right? That's probably what you're using. Yeah, there we go. That's a little bit more like what I was expecting. That's a little bit more in the like $50 to $60 range. Yeah. Um, a lot of the times, what you want to be charging for is usually the if it's paint. So, like in oil painting, for example, you really want to charge by the canvas plus your art price, right? Because it okay, your paintings. Okay, a 12x17. So, okay, let's look up the cost of a 12x17. That's pretty straightforward. All right, 12x17. So your canvas is okay, so that's not that bad. It's like $20, right? 15 to $20 depending, right?
Um, I'm not actually that EP Cobalt Courier. My voice is kind of shot because I've been streaming for 10 hours. And I'm not feeling super good. I'm having stomach cramps. I was EP maybe like an hour ago, but I'm back to being like alive.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually supposed to be streaming Silent Hill 2 with my Gabba Pika tonight after this.
Nice.
Wondering where the heck they are.
Oh yeah, I'm basically stalling for you, right? Till they get here, right?
Kind of.
All right, I will do my
In
best.
your own unique way. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
not like waiting. I'm not like worried about it. I can do stuff. But I've been
Mm-hmm.
appreciating the break that you've.
You're welcome.
I've just been doodling.
Mm-hmm. Where was that? So if
Damn,
you're
Uni
doing like a
dropped my
15,
full government. What do you mean? Also, hi Courier. Courier, can I ask you a question? Did you ever finish that art piece of me in gay baby jail? I don't think I saw it. I don't think you sent it to me if you did. Oh, cause I didn't call you my squishy.
Aw. What was
Wait,
it?
Oh,
PP
did I
bad
do
side?
PayPal?
Yeah. That's just kind of something that everyone ignores usually. If it really bothers you, I recommend doing money directly through the website. Like, if you have a DeviantArt, shit, I never talked about Twitter. Fuck, I should talk about it. Fuck. I hate talking.
Don't talk about.
I gotta explain. All right. So first, I'll finish this off. So you need to look at what your canvas and oil and color pencil prices are, because if you're using charcoal or color pencil, right, or regular pencils, honestly, you really don't need to worry about charging too much. You should include the costs, right? But your costs can be like kind of diffused, right? Like you can look at a $15 for 60 pages, right? For like a fairly normal like drawing tablet, right? Like a pencil and paper tablet. You're probably gonna make your money back as long as you charge at least the price of the book, right? If you charge at least the price of the book itself, you're gonna be okay, right? You're like your first sale will see you through it. Your second sale will mean that you're making profit and you can buy other stuff like food, right? So that's just a good rule of thumb, right? You should charge at least the cost of the book. I don't usually charge per pencils at all anywhere in my artwork because I go through pencils relatively quickly. But at the same time, like once I grab them, I say relatively quickly. It depends. Some pencils can last me for like a year, like especially if they're a very hard pencil. But some soft pencils will last me for like only a month or two, right?
I drew penis.
Uh, you also drew a cat,
No, just the penis.
just a penis.
Just the penis.
Yep. If you see a dead name, you did not. What do you mean?
Wait, did something happen that I don't know of?
No, it's just PayPal things. So PayPal
Wait,
is
Courier, did you donate through Kofi and I missed it? I didn't get a notification. You subbed.
uh
Yeah, but it should just give that should just say Kobold Courier. Oh, 1 second. I also see to say, and I quote, shrimp back. I don't know what you meant by that, but
posture check. Yep. You just gotta pretend. All
Nikki
right,
just
and now
canceled.
what?
Nikki just
Oh,
canceled.
they okay?
I assume so. They said that something came up,
Oh,
that
okay.
they forgot that they had to do.
Okay. In that case, I'm gonna do one last thing because I gotta get off my chest and I'm gonna disappear.
Oh, trying to get me off your chest?
I got asthma. It hurts, lady.
Oh no.
Mhm. But what is
I
it?
just got a message from somebody I don't know. Oh, never mind. It's from somebody I know. They just changed their name on Discord for some reason. Squishy,
All
why'd you
right.
change your name to Soliel?
Hmm.
Yo, somebody's having a hell of a time at your place, D3.
Every day. They're probably watching a Korean drama right now.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Or was that Twitter? I gotta talk about the big X. All right. So yeah, I gotta talk about it because everyone's gonna want to know. Because I get this question all the time, and so I saw someone put it up. What art websites should I use?
None.
The secret is as
Discord.
many as you can stand.
How dare you?
But I will clarify, right? This is only if you want art to be a primary business source. If it is a hobby, then this advice means butt kiss. All right. This advice only as many as you can stand only matters if art is going to be your primary income that you're going to use to pay your bills. That's the only time that matters. I should say that first. So if you're only on X, I'm going to tell you what you are.
Dumbass. Oh, it's so true.
Yep. If you are only on DeviantArt, and it's the only thing that you're on, I'm also going to call you what you are.
You forgot the word boomer. Just dumbass boomer.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Boomer, dumbass. All right. There is really only one good answer, right? You should be on every art one. Yeah, dumbass, right? That is wrong, Kobold Courier. That is a setting that you have not fixed. Let's start with
Yeah,
that.
there's a setting to disable AI art, so
Yeah.
it won't appear.
Yeah, I'm just gonna really casual. I can't. Never mind. There's lots of nudity here. Never mind. I can't just show you what my thing is. But the only art that shows up in my thing is in the adoptables tag that I'm currently following, right? Because like AI people love to make adoptables. Why I don't know. It's very goofy to me.
It's because they can sell a paragraph for money.
Well, no, okay, so you can't own that paragraph though. Is the funny part to me. So like, if part of the point is that you're transferring ownership, right? You're not actually transferring ownership at that point because it's AI. There's not person involved. Never mind. This is people being
No,
dumb.
no,
It's
you
fine.
you don't understand. It doesn't matter that they don't technically own the art. What matters is that you paid them.
True. And in that front, I will give them full credit to the AI artists. If I could, I give full credit to them. It's fucking genius. I love it. Taking advantage of idiots is my favorite thing to do. But power forward. All right, powering forward. All right. You also need to make sure that you line up each website with its purpose. All right, because yes, each website has to be used differently. Right. Yeah, you can totally get rid of the AI thing. You just I forget where it is, but there's a setting that you can check that says, "Hey, I don't want to see AI art," and bam, it's fixed. It's not on your screen anymore. Like on my screen, right? I just checked right now. There's no AI art on my screen except specifically for the screen where I go around and steal various AI art designs and say, "These are mine now," for free. Yay!
Mm.
Right. And so the best thing you can do is think about what they're designed for. So what is X designed for? X is designed for announcements and discussion.
Not anymore.
No, announcements.
Yeah,
Right?
cross out discussion.
Yeah, I could. Yeah, fair. Yeah. What does that mean? So that means that its main purpose is to get the word out there about anything. Its purpose is not art. You should make that clear. Its purpose is not art. In just the same way that its function, like yes, you can share art on X. It is technically possible to share art on X. It does happen, but it's not designed for it. The features it has do not help you as an artist. They help you as someone who makes announcements. All right? Those are not the same thing. right, is what you need to make sure that you walk in on, right? Announcements and art are different. When you post your art on X, you are making a announcement that you made art and you're showing it off. However, there are problems. Problem number one, there is no gallery. What does that mean? The best function of Twitter is the reblog function. That is the best, most powerful feature that Twitter has. And again, it's not unique to Twitter. Let's make sure we're clear on that. It's not unique to Twitter. As an artist, every single person that reblogs your art is an exponential number of other people who will also see your art. It's amazing. Right? Would I say that you should only share on X if you're okay with your getting forgotten about? That's reasonable. If you don't care if people see your art, then yeah, you should use X. That's reasonable. Right? So because of the reblog feature, that is one of the best reasons to be on X if you want that, right? Because that means that you can use it as an announcement platform for more people to see your art. But here's a thought that I think everyone that like so many like art friends I have forget this part and they get mad at me when I point it out. Because X is not designed for art, you have people that are on there to argue, right? You have people that are on there for their politics. You have people that are on there because their favorite soap brand is also on X and they want to get notified when their soap goes on sale. You have various video game companies, right, that are on there. And that's actually okay, right? This means that your art is going to be shown to people that wouldn't have seen it otherwise, right? Right? Wrong. That's not how algorithms work. Algorithms work by showing you art, or rather showing you posts of people that fulfill the requirements of the algorithm. All right? If you hunt down politics, hunt down people arguing, hunt down soap, or your favorite video game, you are muddying up the art space. It literally can't be seen, right? And so, yes, there are more people, but there are more people that aren't on there for the thing that you want them to see, right? You're basically relying on timing and luck, all right? Because on top of Twitter, like being about all those other things and not about art, right? Again, it's an announcements platform, not an art platform, right? There's no gallery. So because there's no gallery, you can't fucking host anything. So every time you reblog something, which again is the best feature of X, if you're not reblogging things, right, you're not using features. And if people aren't reblogging you, right, you aren't doing stuff like that, right? Well then here's what happens. You get a feed that is your art, and then your random Twitter post, and then something about politics, and some other random nonsense, and then something else is going on, and then something else. And you know what? Another person's art, not even your art, by the way. So someone else, right? So someone else's art. And oh, look, about 3 doom scrolls later, I found your art again. I've lost count of how many artists that like I've been interested in their work, but when I hop onto one of the Twitter alternatives that lets you look at Twitter, right, without actually giving Musk any of your money, right? Sorry, any of your ad revenue, sorry. Whenever I do that, I run into this literally every freaking time. Yeah, check the cute art. You look in the media tab. That's not art there. That's your random dead brain take about the fucking bears doing, I don't know, the dirty with Eskimos or some shit. Like I don't know what the frick are talking. Like whatever random nonsense people are angry about right now, right? Now, and because of these features, I do recommend getting an X. However, I recommend that you get an X for its announcement features, right? If you want to talk about the fact that you're doing art at all, if you want to announce a sale, if you want to announce a stream going live, if you want to announce there's some really cool events that's going on that you're going to be present for, I think Twitter is great for that. Right? There's nothing wrong with using Twitter for that. But you need to remember that, like, because all these other things are things that other people are looking for those things at, they're probably not going to even see your art most of the time. As for Pixiv, yes and no is what I'll say about Pixiv. So Pixiv has some fairly strict policies about no dick, no vag, and no nips. And you might reasonably go, wait, I've seen all of those things on Pixiv. Yes, you have. However, I will put it plainly, the rules are not applied evenly.
Hello.
All right? So if you take those things out of your art, you're actually good. And I will say, even just doing this little sideways line is good enough for Pixiv. Pixiv's like, oh, you put a line across like the tip. Oh, you know what? A line at the tip? That'll do. That'll do, pig. You got me. I can't see the rest of it. You put the little tip there. You're a genius. Japan is weird.
So what I'm gonna do, I think, is I'm gonna wrap things up when you're done. And I'm going to, because I said I was going to stream for 12 hours and I've only done 10, I'm going to add the extra time to the timer. So I'm gonna add an hour and a half to the timer because I want to go lay down.
Okay.
And I could go for another 2 hours. I could do the 12, but my stomach. I'd be in and out of the bathroom, and then I wouldn't be very entertaining anyway. So I'm gonna let you finish, and then we'll wrap things up.
I'm basically done. If I had to recommend different websites to use, I would hardly recommend Pixiv. You should be on Pixiv. It is good for a lot of other features, right? A lot of its basic features are otherwise very strong. You should have a DeviantArt. I know that it's a boomer website. I know that it's old. I know, but it still has some of the best features for.
I gotta say this, guys. As somebody who's had DeviantArt since 2017, no, I've had DeviantArt way earlier than that. Wait, I think actually 2014 when I got my DeviantArt. As a person who uses it just to look at art, it has refined its algorithms for exactly what I am interested in so well. No other porn site compares.
Yeah.
It's like I don't even have to look for what I want on DeviantArt. It's there on the front
page. It
just
shows
waiting
up,
for me.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I will be clear. You do need to be active and engaged for these sites to be powerful. All right? If you are not clicking the fave button and all you do is you post art and you never do anything else, I'm sorry to say DeviantArt is not great, right? Same things for Pixiv, same thing for Itaku, same thing for Picardo. Technically, I have a love-hate relationship on Picardo.
Pixel.
Because, like, I will say, Picardo's gallery feature is actually fantastic, even though no one freaking looks at it, right? Like, the actual mechanics of what they have are very good. They have a reblog feature that doesn't interfere with your own media tab. So, like, what you reblog and yeah.
Sorry, I want to say hello, Mina Android 420. Welcome to the stream. I wanted to say that, but I didn't want to talk over you, and then I was like, "Fuck it, you can't hear me." And when I'm saying, "Excuse me."
One of the reasons I recommend these 4 in particular is because all 4 of them have this same feature. If you post at least once per week, right, then they will give you a signal boost. All right. So if you're posting at, is it not going to work? Do I need to refresh again? I probably need to refresh again. Yeah, you've always been able to post porn on DeviantArt. You just need to make sure you mark it mature. That's all you need to do.
You can post porn as long as there's no penises.
Yeah, and as long as you mark it properly, right? It still has to follow all the other rules, but as long as you mark it properly and follow the rules, and you can post some pretty lewd stuff. Here we go. As long as you post once per week, you get a bonus on those websites, which means that you stay positive in their algorithm. For example, I need to go do a post on Pixiv like today before I lose my bonus. I think it's today. What was the last time I posted? Yeah, I last posted on May 1st. Oh, I got till tomorrow if I wanted to. I'm not. I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna post it before I go to bed, but I could wait if I really wanted to.
D3, this might be one of the most like productive repositories of our information I've ever seen.
Yay! Yeah, like what was it? Half a year ago, I messed up, and I fucked up. All right, I was out of town, and I didn't preload any. Oop, I can't. Oh, never mind. Delete that. Ah, no one saw nothing. Gonna take a better screenshot.
By the way, your mic is doing that thing again.
I'm sorry. I can't do nothing about it. I can just gotta wait for it to end. I don't know why it does it. Is it better?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Here you go. I'll post this. So, uh, Pixiv and DeviantArt both very literally reward you for posting once per week, right? They make it more likely that people will see you in their algorithm. They make it more likely that people will notice you. They are more likely to put you on a featured page, all that stuff, right? Yeah, absolutely. I do that all the time. Where like I'll post a censored version on DeviantArt, and then I'll link it back to my Discord where they can see the full thing. Yeah, you can absolutely do that. That's even what I would recommend because like DeviantArt just has a better gallery function. So like a lot of its stuff just works better. At least for artists. Again, specifically for artists. If you have other things you want to do other than art, like streaming, like keep X in mind, right? Uh, like for me, I messed up. I didn't post for like a solid week and a half because I was out on vacation. So I messed up. Otherwise, this would say like 97 weeks or something ridiculous like that. It's somewhere in that range, like 97 to 98 weeks is that range it would be on, and I get a bonus for that. I am more likely to show up in people's Pixiv feeds if they like artwork that is tagged with the same tags as my artwork. My artwork is more likely to show up in their featured tag, in their featured area of like discovery area, right? And so even if you're kind of slow, as long as you don't have to make all your art in the same week, by the way. What you can do if you want to be really cheeky, like let's say you work at like a once per month rate. That's how often you make artwork. What you can do is just post work in progress. just boost yourself in the algorithm a little bit. It's fine. No one's gonna blame you, right? You can also do things like prepare work ahead of time, right? Is reposting old art viable? Sometimes. So it depends on what website you're on. On X and Tumblr, abso-freaking-lutely, right? On X and Tumblr, like people don't doom scroll like all that often. You can absolutely post stuff that's like a year old, especially if you're being super consistent and you have like a couple hundred posts in there every year. Because I should be clear, X does not have the once per week policy. X has a once per day policy, right? So like if you're on X and you're active on X, you need to be posting once per day to get the most benefit, right? That's part of why cute sexy robots is as successful as they are, because like they looked at the algorithms and went, oh shit, if I just make art every fucking day, the algorithm will recognize me, and then like the rat race began, right? uh so that's something to keep in mind. I uh i i do draw every day, and I don't recommend people draw every day. Just because I do it doesn't make it okay, right? Like I do it because art is my life, art is my job. I live and breathe this stuff. When I die, I want there to be a painting party at my funeral. Okay, I want them to like fucking immortalize me in my death throes, fucking like punching someone in the dick. Right? That's the way I want to go. Right? But that's not normal. That's not everyone, right? Don't feel like you have to do that to get the value on X. I never made an X for a good reason, right? I think it's too much work in order to get the best value out of it, personally, right? But that doesn't mean it's a bad choice, right? Even with those limitations, like you can still make good use of it, just doing something else, right?
Hello?
Hello, hi.
Got real quiet.
Are there any other questions? Gonna let chat cook on that for a little bit. And you're done with doodling. Nice. I am not out of things I could talk about, but I think it's wise to one, let myself get some rest because I do stream tomorrow, but two, to let you get some rest because you also stream tomorrow. So it just seems wise. But yeah, I'm generally open to answer questions. I'm not always available, right? I am human. I do sleep. I do eat. I do take showers, right? Mm-hmm. But like, if you have like random questions, like don't be afraid to just ask. I'll usually have an answer. I've been a professional artist for 5 years, right? I've been drawing for I don't want to think about that. I've been drawing for almost 15 years now. It's 14 years. It's gonna be 14 years as of 3 months ago. Oh my god.
Can I ask you a question?
What's up?
You want to make this a regular thing? Where, like,
Maybe like once a month?
Yeah,
like,
where we meet up and draw and talk about art stuff.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing this like once a month. That'd be fine.
Yeah.
I'm down.
Also, those chips that I was talking about, I'm pretty sure they're what did this to me.
Pure protein.
Pure gastrointestinal distress.
Fair enough.
Shed those pounds like you never ate anything, because as far as your
Oh,
body's
rough.
concerned, you didn't.
Rough. Okay. I am gonna disappear. I hope you have a good
We're
day,
gonna
Unity.
find somebody to raid.
I appreciate that, Pocky. I'm glad that it's comforting to you.
Alright, so guys, we got 10 hours and 33 minutes of streaming today out of the 12. So I'm going to be adding an hour and a half to the timer. Currently we are at 6 minutes, 6 hours, 37 minutes, 36 seconds. It's going to be 8 hours tomorrow on the timer.
It makes sense to me.
And we're gonna raid is recommending a couple of different people.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna dip a little early, Unity. I'm hungry.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.